Welcome to Ancient Wisdom, a sanctuary where timeless wisdom guides you into deep, restful sleep. Let the wisdom of the ages quiet your mind, ease your worries, and carry you gently into the night. If you're here to relax, reflect, and drift into peaceful slumber, you're exactly where you need to be. Before you get too cozy, take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. It really helps me bring more soothing content your way. Also, I'd love to know, where are you tuning in from, and what time is it for you right now? Share in the comments below. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and let the wisdom of the ages guide you into deep, restful sleep.
Here are 10 powerful ways to recognize envy and falsehood in others, because not everyone cheering for you is truly on your side. Think about this. Have you ever shared a personal win, only to notice someone's smile fade, their tone shift, or hear a subtle dig disguised as advice? Envy doesn't always show up in obvious ways. It hides in small, calculated behaviors. And spotting falsehood can be even trickier. It often lurks behind exaggerated praise, unwarranted criticism, or suspicious silence. If you felt the sting of insincere support or sensed someone secretly competing with you, this video will give you the clarity to identify these patterns and protect your peace. We're diving deep into real-life examples, actionable insights, and the psychology behind envy and falsehood. By the end of this video, you'll not only recognize these subtle signs, but also know how to respond with confidence and grace. Let's uncover the truth together and strengthen your relationships while staying true to your path. 1. Subtle criticism disguised as advice. I once shared my excitement about launching a new project with a colleague. Instead of offering encouragement, they said, "That's ambitious, but are you sure you can handle it? It might be too much for someone with your experience." At first, I brushed it off as concern, but over time I realized this wasn't an isolated incident. Each time I brought up a new idea or accomplishment, they had a similar reaction, couching doubt as advice. Subtle criticism disguised as advice often comes from people who feel threatened by your progress. Instead of directly putting you down, they cloak their envy in seemingly well-meaning suggestions. For instance, imagine telling a friend about your goal to start a fitness routine. Instead of cheering you on, they might say, "That's great, but don't get your hopes up. It's really hard to stick to a plan." This type of comment plants seeds of self-doubt while appearing supportive. These behaviors can also show up in personal relationships. A friend of mine shared how, when she was planning her wedding, her cousin constantly offered advice that undermined her choices. Comments like, "Those flowers are nice, but wouldn't something simpler suit you better?" made her second-guess decisions she'd been happy with before. The key to recognizing this subtle envy is to look for patterns. Does the person habitually cast doubt on your ideas or achievements under the guise of helping? Genuine advice is constructive and uplifting, even when it points out challenges. In contrast, envious remarks often leave you feeling deflated or uncertain. Recognizing this behavior helps you build resilience. Learn to trust your instincts and differentiate between genuine support and masked negativity. Surround yourself with people who celebrate your growth instead of subtly questioning it. 2. Downplaying your achievements. When I landed my first significant promotion, I was ecstatic and shared the news with a group of friends. Most were thrilled for me, but one friend responded with, "Oh, promotions are nice, but it's not like you're running the company." The comment stung. It wasn't outright negative, but it clearly aimed to minimize my success. People who downplay your achievements often feel threatened by your progress. Instead of celebrating with you, they shift the focus away from your success or frame it as less impressive. For example, if you've just completed a marathon, they might say, "A lot of people do marathons these days. It's not that rare anymore." These remarks often reflect their internal struggle with feelings of inadequacy or envy. Another instance came from a relative of mine. When I told her I had started a YouTube channel and was gaining subscribers, she replied, "You know, anyone can start a YouTube channel these days. The real challenge is making money from it." While technically true, her comment didn't acknowledge my accomplishment. It was a subtle way of bringing me down. This behavior also appears in workplace dynamics. A colleague might say, "That's a good idea, but isn't it just a variation of something we've done before?" Or, "Congrats on the award, but didn't the whole team contribute?" These remarks diminish your effort and success, leaving you questioning the validity of your achievements. The best way to handle this is to recognize that their reaction is about them, not you. Stay proud of your accomplishments, regardless of others' attempts to downplay them. Share your wins with people who genuinely appreciate and encourage your growth. And remember that your achievements are valid, no matter how others try to frame them. 3. Excessive flattery. I once worked with someone who always seemed overly complimentary. Every time I completed even the smallest task, they would say things like, "Wow, you're absolutely brilliant. I don't know how you do it." At first, it felt great. Who doesn't enjoy praise? But over time, the exaggeration felt insincere and even manipulative. Excessive flattery can be a tool for envious individuals to mask their true feelings or intentions. They might use it to gain your trust or deflect suspicion about their envy. For example, a friend might gush over how perfect your relationship is, saying, "You two are the ideal couple. I wish I had what you have," while simultaneously criticizing your partner behind your back. Their flattery becomes a cover for their underlying resentment. In professional settings, this behavior can be even more calculated. A colleague may overpraise your ideas during meetings. "This is revolutionary. You're a genius," only to later subtly sabotage your efforts by withholding information or spreading doubt about your capabilities. Their goal is to inflate your confidence temporarily while keeping you off balance. Excessive flattery often lacks specificity. Genuine compliments focus on particular actions or qualities, such as, "Your presentation was so engaging, especially how you broke down the complex data." In contrast, insincere praise is vague and overgeneralized, like, "You're just amazing at everything." To handle this, pay attention to patterns and consistency. Are their actions aligned with their words, or do they behave differently when you're not around? Balance is key. While genuine praise is uplifting, over-the-top flattery often signals hidden motives. Surround yourself with people who provide honest, balanced feedback, and trust your instincts when something feels off. True supporters uplift you without resorting to extremes. 4. Withholding praise. A few years ago, I completed a challenging project at work. It required long hours, creative problem-solving, and significant collaboration. When it was finished, I received praise from my manager and most of my team, but one colleague said nothing. No acknowledgement, no good job, just silence. I noticed this wasn't the first time they had failed to recognize my efforts, even though they freely praised others. Withholding praise is a subtle sign of envy. Instead of celebrating your success, envious people remain silent, often to avoid giving you the validation you've earned. For example, when you share exciting news, such as getting a promotion or buying your first home, they might respond with indifference or quickly change the subject, refusing to engage with your accomplishment. I've also seen this dynamic play out in friendships. A friend of mine, who had recently started a fitness journey, shared her progress on social media. She had lost 10 kilograms and was feeling healthier than ever. While most of her friends congratulated her, one remained conspicuously silent. Later, this person privately dismissed her success, saying, "It's easy to lose weight when you have free time. Not everyone can do that." Instead of celebrating her effort, they downplayed it and withheld any form of encouragement. In professional environments, withholding praise can be a form of passive competition. A colleague may avoid recognizing your contributions in meetings, even when your work directly benefits them. This silence often stems from insecurity. They believe acknowledging your achievements diminishes their own. The best way to handle this behavior is to recognize it for what it is, a reflection of their struggles, not your worth. Don't let their silence overshadow your accomplishments. Celebrate your wins and focus on relationships with people who genuinely support and uplift you. 5. Spreading gossip. A few years ago, I worked on a high-stakes project where I was chosen as the team lead. Shortly after the announcement, I started hearing whispers about how I got the role. "I heard they're just lucky," someone said, while another suggested I must have had inside connections. These rumors weren't just false. They were designed to undermine my credibility and create doubt about my abilities. Spreading gossip is a classic behavior of envious individuals. Unable to celebrate your success, they try to tarnish your reputation through rumors or exaggerated stories. For instance, if you get a promotion, they might tell others, "I'm not sure they deserved it. I heard the manager just likes them personally." Their goal is to shift attention away from your hard work and sow seeds of doubt among others. I've also seen this happen in social settings. A friend of mine started a thriving side business, which quickly gained recognition. Instead of celebrating her success, an acquaintance began spreading rumors like, "She must have had financial help from her family. There's no way she built that on her own." Such gossip undermined her credibility and subtly discouraged others from supporting her business. The workplace is another hotspot for gossip. When you excel, envious colleagues may spread misinformation, such as claiming your success is due to favoritism or implying you cut corners. This not only affects your confidence, but can also damage relationships with others who hear and believe the gossip. The best way to handle gossip is to confront it with professionalism and transparency. Focus on maintaining a strong track record and building trust with those who matter. Avoid engaging in the same behavior and surround yourself with people who value truth and integrity. Over time, your consistent actions will outweigh baseless rumors. 6. Unwarranted competition. During my early career, I worked alongside a colleague who seemed determined to turn everything into a competition. If I shared a small win, like successfully closing a deal, they would immediately counter with, "Oh, I closed 3 deals this week." It wasn't just about sharing their accomplishments, it was about overshadowing mine. Whether it was work-related achievements, fitness goals, or even personal hobbies, they always seemed to frame my success as less significant than theirs. Unwarranted competition is a hallmark of envy. Instead of celebrating your achievements, envious individuals try to one-up you to validate their own worth. For instance, if you mention completing a 10K run, they might reply, "That's great, but I've done a half marathon," even if the conversation wasn't about comparisons. their competitiveness often feels unnecessary and exhausting. This behavior isn't confined to professional settings. In friendships, I've seen someone compete over parenting milestones. A friend shared how proud she was of her toddler learning to walk, only to hear another parent respond, "That's nice, but my child was walking at 9 months." It wasn't about support. It was about claiming superiority. Unwarranted competition can also manifest as subtle rivalry. For example, a colleague might intentionally take on similar projects to outperform you or replicate your ideas to claim credit. Their focus isn't on collaboration or mutual growth, but on proving they're better. The best way to address unwarranted competition is to set boundaries. Recognize that their behavior stems from insecurity and is not a reflection of your value. Avoid engaging in their competitive dynamic and instead stay focused on your own progress. Celebrate your achievements without seeking validation from those who constantly compare themselves to you. True success lies in collaboration, not rivalry. 7. Feigning support. I once shared an ambitious goal with a friend to run a 21K marathon after years of not training. At first, they seemed supportive, saying things like, "That's a great goal, you've got this." But over time, their true feelings started to show in subtle ways. They'd say, "Don't push yourself too hard, you don't want to get injured," or, "Honestly, I don't think you'll have time to prepare with your schedule." Their words sounded caring, but they left me feeling more discouraged than motivated. Feigning support is a deceptive form of envy. The person appears to encourage you outwardly, but undermines you with subtle doubt or negativity. For example, if you're starting a new business, they might say, "That's such an exciting idea. But have you thought about how hard it is to succeed in that industry?" Most people fail. While the surface comment seems helpful, their intention is to shake your confidence. In workplace settings, this behavior can be even more damaging. A colleague may initially back your project saying, "I think it's a solid idea," but then subtly criticize it to others or fail to provide the promised support. This creates roadblocks for you while allowing them to maintain the appearance of being helpful. In personal relationships, this dynamic can be draining. A family member might encourage you to pursue a dream like going back to school, but consistently point out obstacles. "It's wonderful that you want to study, but won't it be hard to juggle everything with kids?" The best way to handle feigned support is to trust your instincts. If their support leaves you feeling less capable, it's likely not genuine. Surround yourself with people whose encouragement uplifts you and fuels your motivation. Genuine supporters inspire confidence, not doubt. 8. Mood swings around your success. I remember a time when I shared some exciting news with a close acquaintance. I had just landed a dream job. At first, they seemed happy, congratulating me with a smile. But as the conversation continued, their demeanor shifted. They became quieter, less enthusiastic, and even a little distant. It was as though my success had triggered something in them, and they could no longer maintain their initial excitement. Mood swings around your success are a subtle yet telling sign of envy. While they may start with a cheerful facade, their true feelings often surface as discomfort, irritation, or withdrawal. For example, when you announce you've bought a new home, they might initially say, "That's amazing," but then quickly change the subject or seem disinterested in the details. Their reaction isn't about you, it's about their struggle to process your achievement. This behavior is also common in professional environments. A colleague might praise your promotion in a team meeting, but later avoid you or seem resentful during one-on-one interactions. Their mood shift reveals they're in a conflict. They want to appear supportive, but feel threatened or jealous deep down. In friendships, this can manifest when someone reacts positively to your personal milestones, like getting engaged or starting a new venture, but soon after becomes distant or starts highlighting their own struggles, as if to regain attention. The key to handling this is to maintain perspective. Their reaction is about their internal struggles, not your worth. While it's natural to want genuine support, not everyone can provide it. Surround yourself with people who can celebrate your success wholeheartedly. At the same time, practice empathy. Sometimes their discomfort reflects their own feelings of inadequacy, and your success might inspire them later. Stay focused on your path, regardless of their fluctuating emotions. 9. Mirroring behavior. When I started a new fitness routine a few years ago, I noticed a curious pattern with a friend. After I began sharing my progress, new exercises, goals, and achievements, they suddenly started doing the exact same things. They'd join the same gym, post similar updates, and even copy the specific workout programs I was following. At first I thought it was a coincidence or that I had inspired them, but over time it felt less like admiration and more like competition. Mirroring behavior is a subtle sign of envy, where someone imitates your actions, achievements, or style in an attempt to match or surpass you. While imitation is sometimes flattering, in this context it often feels forced or disingenuous. For example, if you launch a creative project like a blog or YouTube channel, they might suddenly create a similar one. Instead of supporting your journey, they're trying to replicate it, often to compete or draw attention to themselves. I've seen this happen professionally too. When I pitched a new idea at work, a colleague soon presented a nearly identical concept as their own, tweaking it just enough to make it seem original. Their mirroring wasn't about collaboration, it was about claiming recognition. In personal relationships, it can be even more pronounced. A friend might start dressing similarly, adopting your hobbies, or mimicking your lifestyle choices. While they may claim it's because they admire you, the underlying intention often involves competing for validation or attention. To handle this, maintain confidence in your unique path. Remember, their attempts to replicate you are a sign of their admiration mixed with insecurity. Avoid letting their behavior affect your self-esteem or progress. Authenticity always outshines imitation, and staying true to yourself will keep you ahead of the curve. 10. Exaggerated complaints about fairness. I once worked with a colleague who constantly complained about fairness, especially when someone else was recognized for their efforts. When I received an award for a project, they made comments like, "It's nice you got that. But let's be honest, it's probably just because you're closer to the manager." Instead of acknowledging the work I had put in, they framed my success as the result of favoritism or luck. Exaggerated complaints about fairness are a classic sign of envy. People with this mindset often attribute others' achievements to external factors, rather than recognizing their effort or skill. For instance, if you get a promotion, they might say, "Well, it's only because they needed to fill a quota," or "That's just because you've been here longer, not because you're the best at the job." In social settings, this behavior can appear as subtle digs. If you share news of a personal milestone, like buying a car or taking a dream vacation, they might respond with, "Must be nice to have that kind of money. Some of us don't get those breaks." These comments are designed to downplay your hard work and position themselves as victims of an unfair system. This behavior can also emerge in group dynamics. For example, someone may feel entitled to recognition in team projects, claiming, "I did just as much work as they did, but I didn't get any credit." While fairness is important, envious individuals often exaggerate or misinterpret situations to justify their frustration. The best way to handle these complaints is to stay grounded in your truth. Don't feel pressured to justify your achievements. Instead, focus on your effort and results, and surround yourself with people who understand and appreciate the value of hard work. Their exaggerated complaints are a reflection of their insecurity, not your success. Recognizing envy and falsehood in others is a vital skill for protecting your peace and maintaining healthy relationships. By understanding these 10 signs, you're now equipped to navigate these challenges with clarity and confidence. Remember, the behavior of others reflects their struggles, not your worth. If you found this video helpful, don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel for more insights on personal growth and relationships. I'd love to hear from you. What signs of envy or falsehood have you encountered in your life? How did you handle them? Share your thoughts and takeaways in the comments below. Your stories might just inspire someone else. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
Have you ever felt overwhelmed by your emotions? Like you're on a constant roller coaster with no way to get off? What if I told you that an ancient philosophy holds the secrets to mastering your emotions and achieving a happier, more balanced life? Welcome to our journey into the fascinating world of Stoicism. In this video, we'll explore the top 5 Stoic rules for controlling your emotions, transforming your reactions, and navigating life's challenges with grace and wisdom. These time-tested techniques, practiced by ancient philosophers like Marcus Aurelius and Seneca, can empower you to become the master of your emotional landscape. So grab a pen and paper, because you'll definitely want to take notes on these life-changing insights. Let's dive in. 1. Pause and breathe. The simple yet transformative practice of pausing and breathing holds immense significance as a tool for emotional control and mindful response. Imagine you're in a heated argument with a coworker and you feel your anger rising. Instead of reacting impulsively, Stoicism encourages you to take a deliberate pause, close your eyes, and take a deep breath. This brief moment allows you to regain composure and clarity. By introducing this pause, you create a buffer where you can reflect on the situation rationally. This practice aligns with Stoic principles by creating a space between stimulus and response, where you can engage your rational faculties rather than being driven by emotional impulses. For example, Marcus Aurelius, the famous Stoic philosopher, often practiced pausing and reflecting before responding to situations that could provoke anger or frustration. By taking a deep breath and counting to 10, you can diffuse the intensity of the moment, enabling you to respond with wisdom and poise. This practice empowers you to navigate challenges with greater control, transforming knee-jerk reactions into thoughtful responses. Embracing this Stoic technique can enhance your emotional intelligence and lead to more harmonious interactions in your daily life. 2. Practice negative visualization. Negative visualization, a powerful Stoic exercise, involves imagining potential challenges or losses to prepare emotionally for them. Picture yourself preparing for a big presentation. Instead of solely focusing on the best-case scenario, consider what might go wrong, technical issues, forgetting key points, or an unresponsive audience. By visualizing these setbacks, you can plan and brace yourself emotionally, reducing anxiety about the future. For instance, Seneca, a prominent Stoic philosopher, would regularly meditate on losing his wealth or status. This practice helped him remain grounded and grateful for what he had, lessening the blow if misfortune ever struck. By mentally rehearsing adverse scenarios, you develop resilience and a sense of preparedness. This technique can cultivate a mindset of gratitude for your current situation and a realistic perspective on life's uncertainties, making you less susceptible to emotional upheaval when challenges arise. 3. Separate stimulus and response. Stoicism introduces the concept of separating stimulus and response, emphasizing the space between an external event, stimulus, and our emotional reaction, response. Imagine receiving criticism at work. Instead of reacting defensively or angrily, take a moment to pause and evaluate the feedback objectively. This practice allows you to detach from immediate emotional responses and consider the situation rationally. The Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius practiced this by reminding himself that his mind was separate from the external events that occurred. By embracing this space, you gain control over your reactions, enabling you to respond in a way that aligns with your values and long-term well-being. This Stoic principle fosters emotional intelligence and resilience, helping you navigate challenges with wisdom and equanimity. It transforms instinctual reactions into deliberate, thoughtful actions, ultimately leading to a more harmonious and fulfilled life. 4. Identify triggers. Recognizing external events or internal thoughts that provoke emotional responses is crucial for emotional mastery. For example, if traffic jams make you anxious or angry, identifying this trigger allows you to prepare and manage your response better. Developing acute self-awareness involves observing and recognizing the moments when your emotions intensify. The Stoic philosopher Epictetus taught that our reactions to events, not the events themselves, disturb our peace. By creating a mental inventory of triggers, you can preemptively identify stimuli that might prompt intense emotional responses. This self-awareness empowers you to interrupt the automatic process between stimulus and reaction, inserting a space that grants you the opportunity to choose your response deliberately. Instead of being a slave to your emotions, you become the master of your reactions, transforming triggers into stepping stones for personal growth and resilience. 5. Reframe perspectives. Reframing perspectives involves shifting how you perceive and interpret situations. Instead of viewing challenges as negative, see them as opportunities for growth and self-improvement. For example, if you fail a test, rather than seeing it as a setback, view it as a chance to identify areas for improvement and develop better study habits. Stoic philosophers like Epictetus encourage changing our perceptions to align with reality and focus on what we can control. By reframing your mindset, you can maintain a positive and resilient outlook. This cognitive reframing helps you see adversity as a path to growth, not a roadblock. It fosters emotional resilience and equips you with the mental tools to handle life's challenges with grace and strength. 6. Recognize the inner citadel. Establishing a mental space, or the inner citadel where you can retreat to observe and manage emotions, is a profound Stoic practice. Imagine facing a stressful situation at work. Instead of reacting immediately, take a mental step back into your inner citadel. This sanctuary within your mind allows you to assess your emotions and responses objectively. Marcus Aurelius often wrote about retreating into oneself, finding solace and stability amidst external chaos. This inner citadel provides a vital pause, enabling you to evaluate your reactions and choose responses that align with your values. By recognizing this inner fortress, you shift from being reactive to intentional in your actions, navigating life's ups and downs with equanimity and poise. This practice fosters emotional balance and resilience, allowing you to face challenges with grace while maintaining inner harmony. 7. Live in accordance with nature. Living in accordance with nature, a central tenet of Stoicism, urges us to align our lives with the natural order of the universe. Accept the impermanence of life and embrace both its joys and challenges. For instance, understand that change is inevitable and challenges are part of human existence. By adopting this mindset, you can cultivate emotional tranquility and fulfillment. Epictetus taught that we should focus on what is within our control, our thoughts, attitudes and responses, while accepting what lies beyond our influence. This principle helps detach from external circumstances, reducing unnecessary emotional suffering. Embracing life's uncertainties and recognizing challenges as opportunities for growth lead to inner freedom and a deeper connection to the natural world, fostering a resilient and serene outlook. 8. Develop emotional detachment. Emotional detachment involves learning to separate your emotions from outcomes or possessions. For example, if you lose a cherished item, instead of being devastated, remind yourself that material things are temporary and not within your complete control. This practice reduces emotional turmoil and promotes inner peace. Stoic philosophers like Seneca emphasize the importance of detaching from external attachments to maintain emotional stability. By understanding the transient nature of possessions and outcomes, you can focus on what truly matters, your values and virtues. Emotional detachment fosters resilience and allows you to navigate life's ups and downs without being overwhelmed by external factors, leading to a more balanced and fulfilling life. 9. Cultivate virtue. Stoicism teaches that living a virtuous life, embodying wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance, leads to true happiness. Imagine facing a moral dilemma at work. Instead of taking the easy way out, choose the path that aligns with your values of honesty and integrity. By focusing on moral excellence, you can foster emotional stability and fulfillment. Marcus Aurelius often reflected on the importance of virtue in his writings, emphasizing that true happiness comes from within, through the cultivation of virtuous character. By prioritizing virtue, you align your actions with your core values, leading to a more meaningful and contented life. This focus on virtue helps you navigate challenges with integrity, fostering a sense of inner peace and resilience. 10. Embrace the present moment. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of living in the present. For example, when spending time with loved ones, fully engage in the moment rather than worrying about past mistakes or future uncertainties. This practice enhances your emotional well-being and fosters a deeper connection with those around you. Seneca often advised against being consumed by worries about the past or future, advocating for mindfulness and presence in the current moment. By focusing on the here and now, you can reduce unnecessary anxiety and appreciate the beauty of the present. Embracing the present moment leads to a more centered and peaceful state of mind, allowing you to experience life's joys and challenges with greater clarity and gratitude. In summary, incorporating Stoic principles into your daily life can be a transformative journey toward emotional mastery and a happier existence. By practicing techniques like pausing and breathing, recognizing your inner citadel, and embracing the present moment, you can navigate life's ups and downs with grace and resilience. Remember, the power to control your emotions lies within you. By identifying triggers, reframing perspectives, and living in accordance with nature, you can foster a mindset of acceptance and intentionality. These ancient wisdoms not only help you manage your emotional responses, but also lead to personal growth and inner peace. What if the secret to resolving conflicts lay not in the strength of your arguments, but in the calm of your mind? Imagine transforming heated disagreements into opportunities for growth and understanding, simply by adopting ancient wisdom. Stoic philosophy, with its profound insights into human behavior and emotional resilience, offers timeless strategies for navigating conflicts with grace and effectiveness. Conflicts are an inevitable part of life, arising in personal relationships, professional settings, and even within ourselves. How we handle these disagreements can significantly impact our well-being and the quality of our relationships. Instead of succumbing to anger or frustration, what if you could approach conflicts with the steady composure of a Stoic, turning potential discord into harmonious resolution? In this guide, we will explore Stoic-inspired strategies to help you navigate conflicts wisely. From using humor to ease tensions to practicing gratitude and setting boundaries, these approaches will empower you to manage disputes with a clear and balanced mindset. Embrace the wisdom of the Stoics and discover how to transform conflicts into opportunities for deeper understanding and personal growth. Number 1, use humor wisely. Humor, when used wisely, can be a powerful tool in conflict resolution. It has the potential to lighten the mood, ease tensions, and foster a sense of openness. In the midst of a heated argument, a well-timed joke or a light-hearted comment can act as a pressure valve, releasing the built-up stress and allowing both parties to step back from the brink of escalation. However, the key lies in the appropriateness of the humor. It must be relevant to the situation and sensitive to the emotions involved. Humor that belittles or mocks the other person can worsen the conflict, undermining the trust and respect necessary for a resolution. Instead, aim for humor that builds bridges. Self-deprecating humor, for instance, can show humility and willingness to acknowledge your own flaws, which can encourage the other party to do the same. Stoic wisdom teaches us the value of perspective and emotional resilience. By introducing humor into a conflict, we can shift our perspective from one of confrontation to one of collaboration. This shift can reveal the absurdity of our anger and help us recognize the humanity in our opponent. It reminds us that conflicts are often temporary and that maintaining a sense of humor is vital for our mental well-being. Moreover, humor can serve as a reminder of shared experiences and values, reinforcing the bond between the conflicting parties. It can transform an adversarial interaction into a more amicable one, paving the way for productive dialogue and mutual understanding. By easing the atmosphere, humor allows both sides to lower their defenses and engage more openly and honestly. In essence, wise use of humor is not about trivializing the conflict, but about creating an environment where constructive conversation can flourish. It aligns with the Stoic principle of maintaining control over our emotions and responses, enabling us to navigate conflicts with grace and composure. Thus, let humor be the gentle nudge that brings light into the darkness of discord, guiding both parties towards a resolution. Number 2, seek external aid. When conflicts become too entrenched or emotionally charged to handle alone, seeking external aid can be a prudent strategy. Mediators and counselors serve as neutral third parties who can facilitate more constructive discussions, ensuring that each side is heard and understood. Their impartial perspective can help clarify misunderstandings and guide the conflict toward resolution. Stoic philosophy values wisdom and self-awareness, recognizing that sometimes the best course of action is to seek help. Engaging a mediator is not a sign of weakness, but of strength and wisdom. It demonstrates a commitment to resolving the conflict constructively rather than letting it fester or escalate. A mediator can provide the tools and frameworks necessary for effective communication, helping both parties articulate their needs and concerns without resorting to aggression or defensiveness. Counselors, with their expertise in human behavior and psychology, can also offer valuable insights. They can help individuals understand the underlying emotional triggers and patterns that contribute to the conflict. By addressing these deeper issues, counselors can facilitate a more profound and lasting resolution. Their guidance can help both parties develop better coping strategies and communication skills, reducing the likelihood of future conflicts. The Stoic approach to conflict emphasizes the importance of reason and self-control. Seeking external aid aligns with this philosophy by promoting a reasoned and measured approach to conflict resolution. It encourages individuals to step back from their emotions and consider the situation from a broader perspective. This detachment can lead to more thoughtful and effective solutions, fostering mutual respect and understanding. In conclusion, seeking external aid in the form of mediators or counselors can transform the conflict resolution process. It embodies the Stoic principles of wisdom, self-awareness, and rationality, enabling individuals to navigate conflicts with greater clarity and composure. By recognizing the value of external support, we can approach conflicts with a more open mind and a greater willingness to find common ground. Number 3, practice gratitude. Gratitude is a powerful practice that can transform our approach to conflicts. By shifting our focus from what we lack or what is troubling us to what we have and appreciate, we can change our perspective and reduce negative emotions. In the midst of a conflict, it may seem counterintuitive to practice gratitude, but this is precisely when it can be most impactful. Marcus Aurelius, a prominent Stoic philosopher, often wrote about the importance of gratitude in maintaining a tranquil mind. By reflecting on the positive aspects of the situation or the person you're in conflict with, you can soften your stance and reduce the emotional charge of the disagreement. This shift in perspective can help you approach the conflict with a more balanced and composed mindset. Gratitude helps to remind us of the humanity in our opponent. It encourages us to see beyond the immediate conflict and recognize the shared experiences and values that connect us. This recognition can foster empathy and understanding, creating a foundation for more constructive dialogue. It also helps to mitigate the sense of animosity that can fuel conflicts, allowing for a more open and respectful exchange of ideas. Moreover, gratitude can serve as a grounding force, helping you stay centered and calm. When you focus on what you appreciate, you're less likely to be swayed by anger or frustration. This emotional steadiness aligns with the Stoic emphasis on maintaining control over one's reactions and responses. By keeping your emotions in check, you can navigate the conflict more effectively and make decisions that are in line with your values and long-term goals. In essence, practicing gratitude during conflicts can transform the way you engage with the situation. It enables you to maintain a clear and steady mind, approach the conflict with empathy and understanding, and ultimately find a resolution that respects both your needs and those of the other party. This practice is not just about finding peace in the moment, but about fostering a mindset that can handle future conflicts with wisdom and grace. Number 4, seek the shared path. Finding common ground is essential in resolving conflicts. By identifying shared values, goals, or interests, you can build a foundation for cooperation and mutual respect. This approach aligns with the Stoic philosophy of focusing on what is within our control and seeking harmony in our interactions with others. In the heat of a conflict, it is easy to become fixated on differences and opposing viewpoints. However, taking the time to seek out areas of agreement can shift the dynamic from adversarial to collaborative. This common ground serves as a starting point for dialogue and negotiation, fostering a sense of partnership rather than opposition. Shared values and goals can act as a bridge, connecting the conflicting parties on a deeper level. These connections remind us that despite our disagreements, we are often working towards similar outcomes. By focusing on these shared aspects, we can create a more positive and productive atmosphere for resolving the conflict. This approach also encourages empathy and understanding. When you seek the shared path, you are actively listening and valuing the perspective of the other party. This effort can break down barriers and build trust, making it easier to find mutually acceptable solutions. Stoic philosophy teaches the importance of community and cooperation. By seeking common ground, you are embodying these principles, striving to maintain harmony and goodwill. This method not only resolves the immediate conflict but also strengthens the overall relationship, promoting long-term cooperation and understanding. Ultimately, seeking the shared path is about shifting the focus from what divides us to what unites us. It requires patience, empathy, and a willingness to listen. But by doing so, you can transform conflicts into opportunities for connection and growth, embodying the Stoic virtues of wisdom, courage, and justice. Number 5, control your reactions. One of the core tenets of Stoicism is the emphasis on controlling our reactions rather than trying to control external events. This principle is particularly relevant in the context of conflict resolution. By focusing on managing your own responses, you can navigate conflicts with greater clarity and composure. When faced with a conflict, it is natural to feel a surge of emotions. Anger, frustration, and hurt can cloud our judgment and lead to impulsive reactions. However, Stoic philosophy teaches us to pause and reflect before responding. This pause allows us to assess the situation more objectively and choose a response that aligns with our values and long-term goals. By maintaining control over our emotions, we can prevent the escalation of conflicts. A calm and measured response can diffuse tension and create a more constructive environment for dialogue. It also sets a positive example for the other party, encouraging them to respond in kind. This approach requires self-awareness and discipline. It involves recognizing our emotional triggers and developing strategies to manage them. Techniques such as deep breathing, mindfulness, and reflective thinking can help us stay centered and composed. Moreover, controlling our reactions allows us to focus on what truly matters. Not all conflicts are worth engaging in, and by managing our responses, we can discern which issues require our attention and which do not. This discernment helps us conserve our energy for significant matters, aligning with the Stoic principle of focusing on what is within our control. In summary, controlling your reactions is a powerful strategy for conflict resolution. It aligns with the Stoic virtues of wisdom and self-control, enabling you to navigate conflicts with grace and effectiveness. By managing your responses, you can create a more positive and productive environment for resolving disputes, fostering mutual respect and understanding. Number 6, engage in premeditation. The Stoic practice of premeditatio malorum, or the premeditation of evils, involves mentally preparing for potential challenges. This technique can be particularly useful in conflict resolution. By envisioning possible conflicts and planning your responses, you can reduce the impact of surprise and emotional reactivity, approaching conflicts with a clear and steady mind. Premeditation allows you to anticipate challenges and consider how you will handle them. This foresight can prevent you from being caught off guard and reacting impulsively. Instead, you can respond thoughtfully and strategically, maintaining control over your emotions and actions. This practice also helps to build emotional resilience. By mentally rehearsing potential conflicts, you can become more comfortable with the idea of disagreement and less likely to be overwhelmed by it. This resilience aligns with the Stoic emphasis on preparing for adversity and maintaining composure in the face of challenges. Moreover, premeditation encourages proactive problem solving. By thinking ahead, you can identify potential solutions and strategies for resolving conflicts before they arise. This proactive approach can lead to more effective and efficient conflict resolution, reducing the duration and intensity of disagreements. In essence, engaging in premeditation is about being prepared. It reflects the Stoic virtues of wisdom and foresight, enabling you to navigate conflicts with greater confidence and clarity. By anticipating challenges and planning your responses, you can maintain control over your emotions and actions, fostering a more constructive and productive approach to conflict resolution. Number 7, speak with calm and clarity. Effective communication is crucial in resolving conflicts. Speaking with calm and clarity allows you to express your concerns without aggression, fostering a more productive dialogue. This approach aligns with the Stoic principles of reason and self-control, helping you navigate conflicts with wisdom and grace. When communicating during a conflict, it is important to stay calm. A composed demeanor can prevent the escalation of tensions and create a more positive environment for discussion. This calmness also allows you to think more clearly and articulate your thoughts more effectively. Clarity is equally important. Clear and concise communication can prevent misunderstandings and ensure that your message is understood. It involves stating your concerns and needs directly, without ambiguity or exaggeration. This directness can help to avoid misinterpretations and focus the conversation on the core issues. Listening is a critical component of calm and clear communication. By actively listening to the other party, you demonstrate respect and understanding. This effort can build trust and encourage them to listen to you in return. It also provides valuable insights into their perspective, helping you to identify common ground and potential solutions. The Stoic emphasis on reason and self-control is reflected in this approach to communication. By maintaining a calm and clear demeanor, you can navigate conflicts more effectively and foster a more constructive dialogue. This approach not only resolves the immediate conflict, but also strengthens the overall relationship, promoting long-term understanding and cooperation. Number 8, choose your battles wisely. Not all conflicts are worth engaging in. The Stoic principle of focusing on what is within our control encourages us to choose our battles wisely, directing our energy towards significant matters and letting go of trivial disputes. In the heat of the moment, it can be tempting to engage in every disagreement. However, this approach can be exhausting and counterproductive. By assessing the importance of each conflict, you can determine which issues truly warrant your attention and which do not. This discernment helps you conserve your energy for matters that have a meaningful impact on your life and well-being. Choosing your battles wisely also involves recognizing when to compromise and when to stand firm. It requires a balance between assertiveness and flexibility, allowing you to protect your interests without escalating conflicts unnecessarily. This balance reflects the Stoic virtues of wisdom and moderation, enabling you to navigate conflicts with grace and effectiveness. Moreover, letting go of trivial disputes can foster a more positive and harmonious environment. It allows you to focus on building and maintaining strong relationships rather than getting bogged down in petty disagreements. This focus on harmony aligns with the Stoic emphasis on community and cooperation, promoting long-term peace and understanding. In summary, choosing your battles wisely is a strategic approach to conflict resolution. It reflects the Stoic principles of wisdom, moderation, and focus, enabling you to navigate conflicts more effectively and conserve your energy for what truly matters. By letting go of trivial disputes, you can foster a more positive and harmonious environment, promoting long-term peace and cooperation. Number 9, forgive. Forgiveness is a powerful tool in conflict resolution. Letting go of past grievances allows you to move forward with clarity and peace of mind, fostering a more positive and constructive relationship with the other party. This practice aligns with the Stoic emphasis on emotional resilience and maintaining a tranquil mind. Holding on to resentment can cloud your judgment and hinder your ability to resolve conflicts effectively. It keeps you anchored to past hurts, preventing you from seeing the situation clearly and objectively. By forgiving, you free yourself from this emotional burden, allowing you to approach the conflict with a more open and balanced mindset. Forgiveness does not mean condoning the actions of the other party. Rather, it involves letting go of the negative emotions associated with the conflict, creating space for healing and reconciliation. This emotional release can foster a more positive and constructive dialogue, paving the way for resolution and understanding. The Stoic philosophy teaches us to focus on what is within our control, and forgiveness is a powerful example of this principle. You cannot change the past or the actions of others, but you can control your response to them. By choosing to forgive, you take control of your emotions and actions, aligning them with your values and long-term goals. In essence, forgiveness is about finding peace within yourself. It allows you to move forward with clarity and composure, fostering a more positive and constructive approach to conflict resolution. By letting go of past grievances, you can create a foundation for healing and reconciliation, promoting long-term peace and understanding. Number 10, offer empathy. Empathy is a cornerstone of effective conflict resolution. By showing understanding and validating the feelings of your opponent, you can create a connection that fosters mutual respect and cooperation. This approach aligns with the Stoic principles of wisdom and compassion, helping you navigate conflicts with grace and effectiveness. Empathy involves putting yourself in the other person's shoes and seeing the situation from their perspective. This effort can reveal the underlying emotions and motivations driving their behavior, helping you understand their actions and responses. This understanding can reduce animosity and foster a more positive and constructive dialogue. By validating the feelings of the other party, you demonstrate respect and recognition. This validation does not mean agreeing with their perspective, but rather acknowledging their right to feel as they do. This recognition can build trust and openness, encouraging the other party to listen to your perspective in return. Empathy also involves active listening. By truly listening to the other party, you show that you value their input and are willing to understand their point of view. This effort can break down barriers and build a foundation for more effective communication and problem solving. The Stoic emphasis on community and cooperation is reflected in this approach to conflict resolution. By offering empathy, you can foster a more positive and constructive dialogue, promoting mutual respect and understanding. This approach not only resolves the immediate conflict, but also strengthens the overall relationship, promoting long-term cooperation and harmony. Number 11, understand your adversary. Understanding your adversary is crucial in resolving conflicts. By looking beyond the surface of the conflict to understand the deeper motivations and fears of your opponent, you can gain valuable insights that facilitate resolution. This approach aligns with the Stoic principles of wisdom and empathy, helping you navigate conflicts with clarity and effectiveness. Conflicts often arise from misunderstandings and unaddressed emotional needs. By taking the time to understand the underlying factors driving the behavior of your adversary, you can identify common ground and potential solutions. This understanding can reveal shared values and goals, creating a foundation for cooperation and mutual respect. Understanding your adversary involves active listening and empathy. It requires you to set aside your own perspective temporarily and focus on theirs. This effort can build trust and openness, encouraging the other party to reciprocate and listen to your point of view. This approach also helps to humanize your adversary. It reminds you that they are not just an opponent, but a person with their own experiences, fears, and aspirations. This recognition can reduce animosity and foster a more positive and constructive dialogue. The Stoic emphasis on reason and empathy is reflected in this approach to conflict resolution. By understanding your adversary, you can navigate conflicts more effectively and foster a more positive and constructive environment for resolution. This approach not only resolves the immediate conflict, but also strengthens the overall relationship, promoting long-term cooperation and harmony. Number 12, embrace compromise. Compromise is essential in resolving conflicts. By being flexible and willing to find solutions that address both parties' needs, you can create a more positive and cooperative environment for resolution. This approach aligns with the Stoic principles of wisdom and moderation, helping you navigate conflicts with grace and effectiveness. Compromise involves finding a middle ground where both parties can meet their needs and achieve their goals. It requires flexibility and a willingness to let go of rigid positions in favor of more balanced and mutually acceptable solutions. This flexibility reflects the Stoic emphasis on moderation and balance, enabling you to navigate conflicts more effectively. By embracing compromise, you demonstrate a commitment to resolving the conflict constructively rather than winning at all costs. This commitment can build trust and cooperation, encouraging the other party to reciprocate and seek common ground. Compromise also involves recognizing the value of the relationship. It prioritizes long-term harmony and cooperation over short-term victories. This recognition can foster a more positive and constructive dialogue, promoting mutual respect and understanding. The Stoic emphasis on wisdom and moderation is reflected in this approach to conflict resolution. By embracing compromise, you can navigate conflicts more effectively and foster a more positive and cooperative environment for resolution. This approach not only resolves the immediate conflict, but also strengthens the overall relationship, promoting long-term harmony and cooperation. Number 13, appeal to their inner values. Understanding and respecting the values of your opponent is crucial in finding mutually agreeable solutions. By appealing to their inner values, you can create a foundation for cooperation and mutual respect. This approach aligns with the Stoic principles of wisdom and empathy, helping you navigate conflicts with clarity and effectiveness. Conflicts often arise from clashes in values and priorities. By taking the time to understand the core values driving the behavior of your opponent, you can identify areas of common ground and potential solutions. This understanding can reveal shared values and goals, creating a foundation for cooperation and mutual respect. Appealing to the inner values of your opponent involves framing your perspective in a way that aligns with their values. This effort can build trust and openness, encouraging the other party to reciprocate and listen to your point of view. This approach also helps to humanize your opponent. It reminds you that they are not just an adversary, but a person with their own values, fears, and aspirations. This recognition can reduce animosity and foster a more positive and constructive dialogue. The Stoic emphasis on reason and empathy is reflected in this approach to conflict resolution. By appealing to the inner values of your opponent, you can navigate conflicts more effectively and foster a more positive and constructive environment for resolution. This approach not only resolves the immediate conflict but also strengthens the overall relationship, promoting long-term cooperation and harmony. Number 14, learn from conflict. Conflicts provide valuable opportunities for self-reflection and personal growth. By using disagreements as learning experiences, you can gain insights into your own behavior and improve your conflict resolution skills. This approach aligns with the Stoic principles of wisdom and self-awareness, helping you navigate conflicts with clarity and effectiveness. Each conflict reveals something about our own strengths and weaknesses. By reflecting on the conflict and analyzing your actions and reactions, you can identify areas for improvement and develop better coping strategies. This reflection fosters personal growth and resilience, enabling you to handle future conflicts more effectively. Learning from conflict also involves recognizing the impact of your behavior on others. By understanding how your actions contribute to the conflict, you can make more informed and thoughtful decisions in the future. This understanding promotes empathy and self-awareness, aligning with the Stoic emphasis on self-improvement and wisdom. Moreover, learning from conflict encourages a growth mindset. It shifts the focus from winning or losing to learning and growing. This mindset fosters a more positive and constructive approach to conflict resolution, promoting mutual respect and understanding. The Stoic emphasis on wisdom and self-awareness is reflected in this approach to conflict resolution. By learning from conflict, you can navigate disagreements more effectively and foster personal growth and resilience. This approach not only resolves the immediate conflict but also strengthens your overall ability to handle future conflicts, promoting long-term peace and understanding. Number 15, set boundaries. Setting clear boundaries is essential in protecting your well-being and maintaining healthy relationships. By clearly defining and communicating your limits, you can prevent conflicts from escalating and ensure that your needs are respected. This approach aligns with the Stoic principles of self-control and self-respect, helping you navigate conflicts with clarity and effectiveness. Boundaries serve as guidelines for acceptable behavior, helping to create a sense of safety and respect in relationships. By establishing and enforcing boundaries, you can prevent misunderstandings and reduce the potential for conflict. This clarity fosters a more positive and constructive environment for dialogue and negotiation. Setting boundaries also involves recognizing and respecting your own needs and limits. It requires self-awareness and self-respect, aligning with the Stoic emphasis on maintaining control over one's emotions and actions. By honoring your boundaries, you demonstrate a commitment to your well-being and values. Communicating your boundaries effectively is crucial. This communication involves being clear and direct about your limits, without aggression or defensiveness. It also involves listening to and respecting the boundaries of others, fostering mutual respect and understanding. The Stoic emphasis on self-control and self-respect is reflected in this approach to conflict resolution. By setting clear boundaries, you can navigate conflicts more effectively and foster a more positive and respectful environment for resolution. This approach not only resolves the immediate conflict, but also promotes long-term harmony and well-being in your relationships. In a world where conflicts are inevitable, embracing the wisdom of Stoic philosophy can transform how we approach and resolve disagreements. By using humor wisely, seeking external aid, practicing gratitude, and finding common ground, we can navigate conflicts with a calm and balanced mindset. Controlling our reactions, engaging in premeditation, and communicating with clarity further empower us to handle disputes with grace and effectiveness. The Stoic virtues of wisdom, empathy, and self-control provide a powerful framework for conflict resolution. By forgiving past grievances, offering empathy, understanding our adversaries, and embracing compromise, we foster mutual respect and cooperation. Setting boundaries and learning from conflicts ensure that we protect our well-being and grow from each experience. Ultimately, these Stoic strategies not only resolve immediate conflicts, but also strengthen our relationships and personal resilience. By integrating these principles into our daily lives, we can transform challenges into opportunities for growth and harmony, achieving a more peaceful and fulfilling existence. Embrace the timeless wisdom of the Stoics and discover a path to navigating conflicts with wisdom, clarity, and grace.
Here are 10 types of people you should never trust or respect, and understanding why will transform the way you approach relationships. Some individuals may seem harmless at first glance, but their behaviors can create chaos, drain your energy, or lead you astray from your own growth. It's not just about avoiding negativity, it's about protecting your peace and staying aligned with your values. Each of these personality types challenges your ability to live a balanced, virtuous life. Think about how much time and energy are wasted dealing with people who lie, manipulate, or disrupt your focus. Imagine the relief of knowing exactly who to steer clear of and why. By identifying these toxic traits, you can set boundaries that safeguard your mental clarity and personal integrity. What's more, Stoicism, the ancient philosophy of resilience and rational living, offers timeless wisdom to navigate these challenges. As we explore each type of person, you'll discover actionable insights rooted in Stoic principles that will empower you to reclaim control and focus on what truly matters. 1. The dishonest. Dishonesty erodes trust, damages relationships, and breeds unnecessary complications in life. Stoicism, with its emphasis on truth and integrity, urges us to avoid those who habitually lie or deceive. Marcus Aurelius wisely said, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." This straightforward principle serves as a moral compass, guiding us to align with people who value honesty. Imagine this. You have a co-worker who regularly exaggerates their contributions to projects or withholds crucial information to make themselves look better. At first, their behavior might seem like a minor inconvenience, but over time, their dishonesty creates distrust among team members, delays progress, and fosters resentment. This not only affects your professional environment, but also weighs heavily on your mental peace. A Stoic would recognize the long-term harm of associating with such a person and distance themselves from their influence. Take another example from personal life. A friend who tells small lies to avoid accountability. Perhaps they consistently cancel plans with elaborate excuses that don't add up. These patterns chip away at the foundation of trust. Seneca reminds us that truth never perishes, meaning lies eventually surface, leaving damage in their wake. On the other hand, consider someone who admits their mistakes openly and strives to do better. Their honesty not only strengthens your relationship, but also inspires you to uphold the same virtue. Surrounding yourself with truthful individuals reinforces your commitment to live in alignment with reason and morality. Dishonest people disrupt the harmony Stoicism aims to cultivate. Their presence complicates what should be simple and straightforward. To protect your integrity and peace of mind, heed the Stoic advice. Trust those who walk in truth and never grant respect to those who habitually betray it. The manipulative. Manipulators distort reality to serve their own needs, often at the expense of others. Stoicism teaches us to guard against such influences by maintaining control over our thoughts and emotions. Epictetus warned, "Whoever is going to make you angry is your master." This advice reminds us that manipulators thrive by exploiting our emotions, anger, guilt, fear, or even love, to bend us to their will. Consider a scenario where a colleague frequently flatters you, but subtly pressures you into taking on their workload. At first, their charm may feel genuine, but as time passes, you realize their compliments come with hidden motives. They appeal to your sense of responsibility or guilt, leaving you overburdened while they shirk their duties. A Stoic would recognize this behavior and set clear boundaries, refusing to let manipulation dictate their actions. In personal relationships, manipulation can be even more insidious. Imagine a partner who constantly plays the victim, using emotional guilt to control your decisions. They might say things like, "If you really loved me, you'd do this for me." Over time, their tactics erode your sense of autonomy and self-respect. Stoic wisdom teaches us to evaluate such behavior objectively, separating emotion from reason. Marcus Aurelius urged, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this and you will find strength." To counter manipulation, a Stoic practices discernment and self-awareness. They remain anchored in their values and avoid reacting impulsively to emotional appeals. By focusing on what they can control, their thoughts, choices, and actions, they neutralize the manipulator's power. Manipulative individuals compromise your peace and autonomy. Trust and respect should only be extended to those who communicate openly and act with integrity. As a Stoic, hold firm to your principles and never let the manipulative govern your path. 3. The envious. Envy is a corrosive emotion, often disguised as passive-aggressive behavior or subtle undermining. Envious people may resent your success, happiness, or achievements, even if they don't openly admit it. Stoicism teaches us to recognize envy as a sign of discontentment and insecurity. As Seneca observed, "It is the mark of a great soul to scorn great things and prefer that which is ordinary." The envious, by contrast, are consumed by comparison and lack gratitude for their own lives. Imagine you've earned a promotion at work, and a colleague's congratulations feel forced or insincere. Soon after, they begin to nitpick your decisions or spread rumors about how you lucked into your new role. Their envy not only poisons their own happiness, but also introduces negativity into your life. A Stoic approach would involve acknowledging their behavior without taking it personally. Epictetus reminds us, "It is not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." Focus on your goals and let their resentment roll off your back. In friendships, envy can manifest as a lack of support or even sabotage. Picture a friend who criticizes your choices or downplays your achievements. For instance, when you share news about buying your first home, they respond with, "Must be nice, but I wouldn't want the stress." Their envy clouds their ability to celebrate your success. Seneca's teachings encourage us to surround ourselves with those who uplift us, not drag us down with their own insecurities. Envy is a destructive force that disrupts harmony, both for the envious and those around them. Stoics choose gratitude over jealousy, focusing on their own path instead of comparing themselves to others. Respect and trust those who celebrate your successes genuinely, and distance yourself from those whose envy dims your light. 4. The irresponsible. Irresponsible people avoid accountability blame others for their shortcomings and fail to follow through on commitments. In Stoic philosophy, responsibility and self-discipline are essential virtues. Epictetus reminds us, freedom is the only worthy goal in life. It is won by disregarding things that lie beyond our control. Irresponsible individuals, however, relinquish their freedom by neglecting their own duties, often pulling others into the chaos they create. Consider a teammate who consistently misses deadlines, leaving you scrambling to compensate for their lack of effort. At first, you might excuse their behavior, thinking they're simply overwhelmed. But over time, their pattern of neglect becomes clear. Their irresponsibility creates unnecessary stress for you, undermining your peace and productivity. A Stoic would recognize the importance of setting boundaries, ensuring their own efforts aren't wasted by someone else's failure to act responsibly. In personal relationships, irresponsibility can take a heavy toll. Imagine a friend who borrows money repeatedly but never repays it, always making excuses or promising to get it back to you soon. Their behavior reflects a lack of respect for your resources and trust. Marcus Aurelius advised us to focus on what is within our control, and part of that involves choosing relationships with those who honor their obligations. Stoics understand that responsibility is the foundation of progress. As Seneca noted, luck is what happens when preparation meets opportunity. Those who are irresponsible rarely seize opportunities because they fail to prepare, instead relying on others to clean up their messes. Irresponsible individuals drain your time, energy, and patience. Respect and trust should be reserved for those who take ownership of their actions and honor their commitments. A Stoic protects their mental clarity by refusing to shoulder the burdens of others' neglect and holding firm to their own sense of accountability. 5. The gossipers. Gossipers thrive on drama, spreading half-truths and secrets to gain attention or control. Stoicism teaches us to avoid idle talk and focus on meaningful action and self-improvement. Marcus Aurelius urged, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." Gossip detracts from this focus, turning your attention toward trivial matters instead of what truly matters. Picture a co-worker who loves to share juicy office rumors, dragging you into conversations about who might get fired or who is underperforming. While these interactions may feel harmless, they come with hidden costs. Gossip fosters a toxic environment, erodes trust among colleagues, and distracts you from your own work. A Stoic would refrain from participating, recognizing that gossip not only wastes time, but also compromises personal integrity. In personal life, gossip can be even more damaging. Imagine a friend who frequently discusses others' personal issues behind their backs. Today, they're sharing someone else's secrets, but tomorrow it could be yours. As Seneca advised, associate with those who will make a better man of you. Welcome those whom you yourself can improve. Gossipers rarely inspire growth. Instead, they pull you into negativity and superficiality. Engaging in gossip also puts your peace of mind at risk. The Stoic principle of focusing only on what you can control is vital here. You can't control what others do or say, but you can control whether you participate. When approached with gossip, redirect the conversation or distance yourself from the individual. Gossipers add no value to your life and often detract from your focus and character. Trust and respect should be reserved for those who speak with purpose and integrity. A Stoic prioritizes truth, meaningful interactions, and self-discipline over indulging in harmful chatter. 6. The ungrateful. Ungrateful individuals take what they have for granted, often focusing on what's lacking instead of appreciating what they've been given. Stoicism emphasizes gratitude as a cornerstone of a virtuous life. Seneca wrote, "Nothing is more honorable than a grateful heart." Ungrateful people by contrast, drain energy and foster resentment, disrupting the harmony Stoicism aims to cultivate. Imagine a co-worker who always complains about their workload, the office environment, or their pay, despite having a stable job in a struggling economy. No matter how much you or others support them, their lack of gratitude leaves them perpetually dissatisfied. Over time, their negativity begins to weigh on your own outlook, pulling you into their cycle of discontent. A Stoic would recognize this as harmful and choose to focus instead on what they can appreciate and control. In personal relationships, dealing with ungrateful people can feel even more disheartening. Picture a family member who dismisses your efforts to help, whether it's offering financial support, emotional care, or practical assistance. Instead of saying, "Thank you," they respond with, "Why didn't you do more?" This kind of attitude diminishes your goodwill and can breed frustration. Stoic wisdom reminds us that the act of giving or helping should stem from virtue, not expectation. But that doesn't mean tolerating chronic ingratitude. Practicing gratitude, on the other hand, fosters resilience and joy. Marcus Aurelius often reflected on the blessings in his life, writing, "When you arise in the morning, think of what a privilege it is to be alive, to think, to enjoy, to love." Surrounding yourself with people who share this perspective strengthens your ability to live a fulfilled life. Ungrateful individuals detract from your sense of purpose and positivity. A Stoic extends trust and respect to those who acknowledge and value the good in life, leaving behind those who only see what's missing. 7. The overly cynical. Cynicism, when unchecked, becomes a destructive force. While skepticism can be healthy, overly cynical people view the world through a lens of distrust and negativity, dismissing hope and possibility. Stoicism, by contrast, encourages resilience and rational optimism, even in challenging times. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Cynics fail to exercise this power, choosing despair instead of constructive action. Imagine a co-worker who constantly predicts the failure of new initiatives or belittles efforts to improve the workplace. Their constant refrain of "it'll never work" or "why bother" not only dampens morale, but also discourages innovation. Over time, their negativity creates a toxic atmosphere that stifles progress. A Stoic would recognize the futility of entertaining such pessimism, focusing instead on their own efforts and how they can contribute meaningfully, regardless of others' attitudes. In personal relationships, overly cynical individuals often dismiss your dreams and aspirations. Picture a friend who rolls their eyes when you share plans to start a business, saying, "Most startups fail. Why risk it?" Their cynicism projects their own fears and limitations onto you, eroding your confidence. Epictetus reminds us, "It is impossible for a man to learn what he thinks he already knows." Cynics are often trapped by their unwillingness to see new possibilities or embrace growth. While life is unpredictable and challenges are inevitable, Stoics choose to confront difficulties with reason and optimism. They understand that while outcomes are uncertain, the effort to act virtuously and purposefully is always worthwhile. Overly cynical people can drag you down, obscuring opportunities for growth and joy. A Stoic surrounds themselves with those who inspire and uplift, leaving behind those who cling to negativity and doubt. Respect and trust those who see potential, not just problems. 8. The arrogant. Arrogance blinds individuals to reason and humility, two essential virtues in Stoic philosophy. The arrogant inflate their own self-importance, often dismissing the value or contributions of others. Stoicism teaches that wisdom lies in recognizing how much we don't know. As Marcus Aurelius observed, it is impossible for a man to learn what he thinks he already knows. Imagine a manager who refuses to listen to feedback, assuming their position makes them infallible. they ignore valuable input from their team, leading to poor decisions and workplace tension. Their arrogance not only damages morale, but also stifles growth for themselves and everyone around them. A Stoic would recognize this behavior as a failure of humility and reason, qualities essential for leadership and collaboration. In friendships or family dynamics, arrogance manifests as dismissiveness or condescension. Picture a relative who constantly belittles your choices, presenting their opinions as superior without considering your perspective. Perhaps they dismiss your career path with remarks like, "You'll never succeed doing that," based solely on their limited understanding. This behavior not only sows discord, but also reveals their inability to see beyond their own narrow worldview. Arrogance is rooted in insecurity and detachment from reality. Stoicism advises us to cultivate humility by focusing on self-improvement rather than comparing ourselves to others. Epictetus reminds us, "If you wish to improve, be content to appear clueless or stupid in extraneous matters." True strength lies in seeking knowledge and understanding, not in pretending to have all the answers. Arrogant individuals disrupt harmony and hinder progress. Respect and trust should be given to those who demonstrate humility, openness, and a willingness to learn. A Stoic seeks relationships grounded in mutual respect and growth, steering clear of those who let pride overshadow reason and virtue. 9. The intemperate. Intemperance, whether it's indulgence in vices, lack of self-control, or impulsive behavior, leads to chaos and imbalance. Stoicism values moderation and discipline, emphasizing the importance of mastering desires rather than being mastered by them. As Seneca said, "Hold fast to this sound and wholesome rule of life, that you indulge the body only as far as health and needs require." Imagine a co-worker who frequently misses deadlines because they prioritize partying over professional responsibilities. Their inability to balance enjoyment with duty creates problems not only for themselves, but also for those who depend on their work. A Stoic would recognize this as a failure of self-governance and understand the need to distance themselves from such unreliability. In personal relationships, intemperance can manifest as recklessness, whether it's financial irresponsibility, erratic emotional outbursts, or unhealthy habits. Picture a friend who constantly borrows money to fund their excessive lifestyle, but makes no effort to pay it back or curb their spending. Their lack of self-discipline not only harms their own stability, but also places an unfair burden on those around them. Marcus Aurelius advises, "If you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it." A Stoic would maintain their peace by refusing to enable such behavior. Intemperance often leads to regret and missed opportunities. Stoicism teaches us to aim for balance, cultivating habits that support long-term well-being rather than fleeting pleasures. True happiness, as Epictetus noted, comes from living in accordance with nature and reason, not from overindulging in things that bring only temporary satisfaction. Intemperate individuals can disrupt your peace and pull you into their chaotic orbit. A Stoic chooses to align with those who exercise discipline and self-control, fostering stability and mutual growth over recklessness and excess. 10. The unprincipled. People without principles lack a moral foundation, often making decisions based on convenience, self-interest, or fleeting emotions rather than values or ethics. Stoicism places great emphasis on living a virtuous life, guided by principles such as wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance. Epictetus advised, "Know first who you are, and then adorn yourself accordingly." The unprincipled, by contrast, fail to anchor their actions in any consistent moral framework, making them unreliable and potentially harmful. Consider a business partner who is willing to cut corners, lie to clients, or exploit workers just to maximize profits. While their behavior may yield short-term gains, their lack of integrity will inevitably lead to long-term consequences, damaged relationships, legal troubles, or the loss of trust. A Stoic would refuse to associate with such a person, knowing that aligning with unprincipled individuals compromises their own values. In personal relationships, an unprincipled person might betray confidences, break promises, or act deceptively without remorse. Imagine a friend who regularly changes their stance depending on what benefits them in the moment. They might abandon you in times of need, offer hollow reassurances, or fail to honor their commitments. Marcus Aurelius reminds us to seek relationships that strengthen our character. The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts. Being around the unprincipled taints your moral clarity. Living without principles is like navigating without a compass. There's no directional purpose, only chaos and opportunism. Stoicism teaches us to act in harmony with our virtues, to ensure our actions align with our beliefs and contribute to a greater good. Unprincipled individuals are unpredictable and often self-serving, leaving a trail of disorder in their wake. A Stoic chooses relationships with those who live by strong ethical standards, reinforcing mutual trust, respect, and the shared pursuit of virtue. Leave behind those who lack principles. They offer no foundation for a meaningful or harmonious connection. These 10 types of people, dishonest, manipulative, envious, irresponsible, gossipy, ungrateful, overly cynical, arrogant, intemperate, and unprincipled, are obstacles to a life of peace, purpose, and virtue. By recognizing their traits and applying Stoic wisdom, you can protect your energy, focus on what you can control, and cultivate relationships that align with your values. If you found this video insightful, make sure to give it a thumbs up and subscribe for more content on Stoicism and personal growth. We'd also love to hear from you. Share your thoughts and takeaways in the comments below. Have you encountered any of these personality types? How did you handle them? Let's keep the conversation going and learn from each other's experiences.
Verbal tricks to make an aggressive person. Sorry. Have you ever been caught off guard by someone's aggression, left speechless as they lash out, while you scramble for a way to defend yourself? Imagine walking away from those moments not overwhelmed or angry, but calm, collected, and leaving the aggressor rethinking their behavior. Today, I'll show you exactly how to do that. What if, instead of escalating the conflict or feeling like a victim, you had the tools to turn any confrontation into a moment of clarity and control? Inspired by the timeless principles of Stoicism, these 6 verbal techniques are designed to neutralize aggression without compromising your dignity. One of these strategies even transforms anger into an opportunity for deeper understanding, a shift that will surprise both you and the aggressor. Over the next few minutes, we'll explore how to navigate even the most heated situations with grace and power. You'll learn how to dismantle hidden assumptions, respond to distorted words with precision, and use subtle techniques to turn the tide in any conversation. These aren't just tips. They're life-changing strategies that will leave you feeling unshakable and in control, no matter the situation. Let's dive in. 1. Pause before responding. I used to believe that quick, sharp responses showed strength in an argument, but over time I realized that impulsive reactions often fueled more tension than they resolved. One moment stands out vividly in my memory. A co-worker publicly criticized my approach during a meeting. My first instinct was to snap back with a defense, but something stopped me. Instead, I took a breath, paused, and allowed the silence to settle. In that pause, something powerful happened. I calmed my emotions, and they began to look slightly uneasy, perhaps realizing their harshness. When I finally responded, I said, "I appreciate your perspective. Let's explore how we can address this together." The conversation shifted immediately from confrontation to collaboration. This pause is something Stoics emphasize deeply. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." By pausing, I exercised control over my mind and refused to let the situation dictate my response. Pausing isn't a sign of weakness. It's a sign of mastery over oneself. It allows you to assess the situation, recognize your emotions, and respond thoughtfully. The next time someone provokes you, try this. Take a deep breath, count to 3, and consider what outcome you want before speaking. Often you'll find that a calm and deliberate response disarms aggression far more effectively than a hasty one. Practicing this habit has helped me navigate heated discussions with clarity and confidence. It's not about letting others win, it's about winning the battle within yourself. When you pause before responding, you remain grounded and in control, a hallmark of a Stoic mind. 2. Use visual imagery to convey deep messages. There was a time when I found myself caught in a heated argument with someone I deeply cared about. Their words were sharp, cutting me down with accusations I felt were unfair. My initial instinct was to fire back, to defend myself with equal intensity. But then I paused and remembered the power of imagery, a tool I had often seen work wonders. Instead of responding defensively, I took a deep breath and said, "You know, anger is like a wildfire. It can destroy everything in its path, but if we channel it carefully, it can also forge new ground for growth." The reaction was almost immediate. They stopped, their posture softened, and they began to truly listen. What I realized in that moment is that people often lash out because they feel unheard or misunderstood. By using a metaphor, I wasn't just trying to defend myself. I was offering them a new way to see the situation, a calmer, more constructive perspective. Stoicism teaches us to focus not on winning arguments, but on fostering understanding and maintaining our inner peace. Imagery is one of the most effective ways to do this. It bypasses the defenses of the mind and speaks directly to the heart, offering clarity without aggression. The next time you find yourself in a tense conversation, try using imagery. Instead of saying, "You're overreacting," you could say, "Emotions can be like waves. They come strong, but they also pass if we let them." This approach not only protects your tranquility, but also invites the other person to reflect and engage more thoughtfully. By practicing this Stoic technique, you'll find that your words don't just defend. You connect, heal, and inspire change. And that is the true power of wisdom in action. 3. Escape the trap of distorted words. I remember a moment when my words were twisted in a way that completely misrepresented my intentions. A friend I admired accused me of saying something I never intended, claiming, "So you're saying I'm a failure," when all I had done was suggest a different approach to a problem. My first instinct was to feel defensive, but I knew reacting emotionally would only escalate the situation. Instead, I calmly replied, "That's not what I meant at all. Let me clarify my perspective." By staying composed, I was able to explain myself without anger or blame. The result? They softened, apologized for jumping to conclusions, and we had a productive conversation. Stoicism teaches us not to get caught in others' distortions of our words. Epictetus advises, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. When someone twists your words, resist the urge to retaliate or defend yourself aggressively. Instead, maintain your clarity and calmly restate your true intentions. This approach is powerful. By refusing to be provoked, you protect your inner peace and keep the focus on resolution rather than conflict. The next time someone distorts your words, pause and say, "Let's revisit what I actually said so we can avoid any misunderstandings." You'll find that clarity, not aggression, is your best ally in such moments. Over time, this habit not only builds your confidence, but also earns the respect of others. People recognize the strength in calmness and the wisdom in measured responses. And that is the essence of Stoic mastery in communication. But 4. Reveal shared agreements. There's a subtle strength in showing someone that they already share your perspective, even if they don't realize it yet. I learned this lesson during a heated debate about a community project. A neighbor passionately opposed my proposal, claiming it wasn't practical. Instead of arguing, I listened closely and said, "I think we both want what's best for our community, and we both value sustainability. Let's talk about how we can make this work in a way that aligns with those goals." Their demeanor changed instantly. They agreed with the shared values, and the conversation shifted toward finding common ground. Stoicism emphasizes listening as an art. Epictetus reminds us, "We have 2 ears and 1 mouth, so that we can listen twice as much as we speak." By listening carefully and reflecting on shared values, you can transform an argument into a collaboration. When confronted with hostility, instead of jumping into defense mode, look for areas of agreement. If a colleague challenges your process at work, respond with, "I think we both care about getting this done effectively. Let's figure out the best way forward." This approach doesn't diminish your stance. It strengthens it by focusing on mutual understanding. Finding shared agreements disarms hostility and builds rapport. It shows the other person that you're not their opponent, but their partner in finding solutions. And in doing so, you embody the Stoic ideal of turning conflict into connection. 5. Recognize hidden assumptions. I once had a colleague ask me, "Do you really think you know better than the experts on this?" The question wasn't just a challenge. It carried the subtle implication that I was overstepping my bounds. In the past, I might have rushed to defend myself, but I've since learned the value of recognizing hidden assumptions and dismantling them calmly. I paused, smiled, and replied, "I don't think that at all, but I'd love to share my perspective and hear more about what the experts say. Can we explore this together?" The shift in tone was immediate. They softened and the conversation became productive instead of combative. Stoicism reminds us to not react to the surface of an argument, but to look deeper. Hidden assumptions often push us toward a defensive posture, but by addressing them directly, we regain control of the dialogue. Marcus Aurelius advised, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." This clarity applies to challenging assumptions as well. The next time someone tries to corner you with a loaded question, pause and calmly unpack the assumption. Say something like, "That's an interesting perspective. Could you clarify what you mean by that?" This approach shows confidence, protects your dignity, and often leads to a more respectful conversation. 6. Stay neutral and avoid personalizing. Years ago, during a family gathering, a relative said, "Why do you always think you're better than everyone else?" The words stung. My immediate reaction was to defend myself. but I realized that engaging emotionally would only escalate the tension. Instead, I stayed neutral and replied, "I don't think that at all. If I've come across that way, let's talk about it." This response caught them off guard and shifted the focus from blame to understanding. Over time, the conversation became more constructive, and I walked away feeling at peace. Stoics teach that we should focus on the issue, not take hostility personally. Epictetus reminds us, when someone criticizes you, they are speaking from their own perspective. By staying neutral, you rise above emotional traps and maintain your inner stability. When someone lashes out, remind yourself that their words are often a reflection of their emotions, not your worth. Respond calmly, with a focus on resolution rather than conflict. This not only preserves your tranquility, but also fosters respect from others. 7. Acknowledge valid points. During a heated debate about a team project, a colleague criticized my approach, saying it was too complicated. In the past, I might have brushed this off as negativity, but instead, I acknowledged their concern. You make a valid point. Simplicity is important. Let's look at ways to streamline this while keeping the key elements intact. This small acknowledgement changed the tone of the discussion entirely. Instead of feeling unheard, they became more open to my ideas, and together we improved the proposal. Acknowledging valid points is a powerful Stoic strategy. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "If anyone can refute me, show me I'm making a mistake or looking at things from the wrong perspective, I'll gladly change." This humility doesn't weaken your stance, it strengthens it by showing that you value truth over ego. The next time someone criticizes you, look for the kernel of truth in their perspective. Acknowledge it sincerely before presenting your own view. This doesn't just diffuse hostility, it builds trust and mutual respect. 8. Handle the storm of questions. Once, during a family dinner, a relative barraged me with questions about my career choices. "Why would you choose that path? Don't you think it's risky? Isn't there something better?" The questions were relentless, and I felt cornered. But instead of reacting defensively, I calmly said, "Those are interesting questions. Let's take them one at a time. What specifically concerns you about my choice?" Breaking down the barrage disarmed them and gave me control of the conversation. By addressing their concerns one by one, I maintained my composure and turned the interrogation into a dialogue. Stoicism teaches us to stay grounded when faced with pressure. When overwhelmed by aggressive questioning, pause and respond methodically. Epictetus advises, "First say to yourself what you would be, then do what you have to do." By staying focused and deliberate, you control the narrative. In similar situations, remember that you don't have to answer immediately or all at once. Take a breath and handle each question with clarity. This not only protects your peace, but also demonstrates your strength and confidence. 9. Use questions to shift focus. I once worked with someone who loved to criticize others' ideas without offering solutions. During one such exchange, instead of defending myself, I asked, "What would you suggest as an alternative?" The question caught them off guard. They stumbled for an answer, realizing they hadn't thought beyond their critique. Asking questions is a simple yet powerful way to redirect conversations. Stoicism encourages us to avoid direct confrontation and instead steer discussions constructively. When you ask questions, you subtly guide the other person to reflect on their position, often defusing their aggression in the process. The next time someone challenges you, try asking, "How do you see this working better?" Or, "What would you do in my situation?" These questions shift the focus away from conflict and toward problem solving, demonstrating your composure and wisdom. 10. Respect the truth and avoid straw man arguments. During a book club discussion, a fellow member twisted my opinion, claiming, "So you're saying the author's work is worthless?" I could feel the frustration rising, but I chose to respond calmly. "That's not what I meant. What I'm saying is that this particular chapter didn't resonate with me, though the overall book has its strengths." This approach diffused the tension and redirected the conversation toward the actual topic. Stoics emphasize the importance of integrity and clarity in communication. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Never let the future disturb you. You will meet it, if you have to, with the same weapons of reason which today arm you against the present." Avoiding strawman arguments isn't just about preserving peace, it's about staying true to yourself. When someone distorts your words, calmly correct them without aggression. This not only maintains your dignity, but also encourages a more meaningful dialogue. Mastering these Stoic-inspired verbal techniques isn't just about handling aggressive people, it's about cultivating a deeper sense of calm and control in your life. Imagine walking into every conversation with the confidence that no matter how tense it gets, you'll remain composed, protect your inner peace, and even inspire others to reflect on their own behavior. Which of these techniques resonated with you the most? Have you faced situations where these approaches could have made a difference? Share your thoughts and experiences in the comments. I'd love to hear how you've handled confrontations or how you plan to use these tools moving forward. Your insights could inspire someone else who's navigating their own challenges. If you found value in these ideas, please take a moment to like this video. It helps more people discover these transformative strategies. Don't forget to subscribe for more Stoic wisdom and practical advice, and turn on notifications so you don't miss the next lesson. And if you know someone who could benefit from these techniques, share this video with them. Sometimes, a small gesture like that can make a big difference in someone's life. Thank you for joining me on this journey of resilience and wisdom. I'll see you in the next episode, where we'll explore even more tools to navigate life's challenges with strength and clarity.
Have you ever walked into a room and instantly felt the tension without anyone saying a word? Or perhaps you've met someone whose smile made you feel instantly at ease. These experiences highlight the incredible power of non-verbal communication. In a world where words often take center stage, it's easy to overlook the silent signals that profoundly shape our interactions. But what if you could decode these hidden messages to understand people better and improve your relationships? Join us on a journey into the fascinating realm of body language and non-verbal cues, where the eyes, face, gestures, and even personal space reveal the unspoken truths behind our words. By learning to read these signs, you'll gain a powerful tool for enhancing your emotional intelligence and connecting more deeply with others. 1. Focus on the eyes. The eyes are often called the windows to the soul, capable of revealing a vast array of emotions and thoughts. Observing someone's eyes can provide deep insights into their honesty, interest, and emotional state. For example, consider a job interview scenario. The candidate who maintains steady eye contact is perceived as confident and truthful. This direct gaze not only signals confidence, but also builds a connection with the interviewer, fostering trust. Conversely, a person who frequently averts their gaze might be experiencing discomfort, shyness, or even deceit. Imagine a situation where a friend is recounting a story about a recent trip. If they avoid eye contact or their eyes dart around nervously, it may indicate they're not being entirely truthful or they feel uneasy discussing the topic. Pupil dilation is another critical indicator. When someone is genuinely interested in what you're saying, their pupils tend to dilate. This physiological response is involuntary and can be quite revealing in social interactions. Picture a date where your companion's pupils are noticeably larger when you're sharing a story. They're likely very engaged and interested in you. Expressions involving the eyes, such as raised eyebrows or narrowed eyes, also convey specific emotions. Raised eyebrows can signal surprise or interest. For instance, if you share an exciting piece of news with a colleague and their eyebrows shoot up, it shows they are genuinely intrigued. On the other hand, narrowed eyes often indicate suspicion or skepticism. If someone narrows their eyes while listening to you, it might be a cue that they doubt the truth or clarity of your statement. Understanding these subtle eye movements and expressions can greatly enhance your ability to read and respond to the emotions and intentions of those around you, making your interactions more meaningful and authentic. Decoding facial expressions. Facial expressions are powerful indicators of a person's emotional state, revealing feelings that might not be expressed verbally. For example, during a conversation, a genuine smile, one that reaches the eyes and causes crow's feet, indicates true happiness and engagement. Imagine greeting a friend you haven't seen in years. Their face lights up with a genuine smile, reflecting their joy and warmth towards you. In contrast, subtle expressions like a slight frown or furrowed brows can signal concern, confusion, or concentration. Picture a meeting where a team member furrows their brow while reviewing a proposal. This might suggest they have questions or reservations about the content, prompting you to address their concerns directly. Tense facial muscles are often a sign of stress or discomfort. For instance, if a colleague's jaw is clenched and their smile appears forced during a presentation, it likely indicates they are nervous or uncomfortable with the situation. Recognizing these cues can help you provide support or adjust your approach to make them feel more at ease. 3. Gestures and body language. Gestures and overall body posture convey messages that words might not fully express. For example, crossed arms can indicate defensiveness or discomfort. Imagine a scenario where you're giving feedback to an employee. If they cross their arms and lean back, it might suggest they are feeling defensive or disagree with your points. Conversely, leaning forward and maintaining an open posture with arms relaxed and uncrossed shows interest and engagement. In a classroom setting, students who lean forward and nod occasionally are actively listening and absorbing the information being presented. Touching the face can be a sign of anxiety or uncertainty. Picture someone scratching their chin or covering their mouth while making a decision. These gestures often indicate that they are unsure and possibly second-guessing their choices. Recognizing these signs can guide you in offering reassurance or additional information to help them feel more confident. 4. Observing micro-expressions. Micro-expressions are brief, involuntary facial expressions that reveal genuine emotions, often occurring in fractions of a second. These fleeting expressions can be crucial in understanding someone's true feelings. For instance, a flash of fear, widened eyes and raised eyebrows during a tense conversation might indicate the person is feeling threatened or anxious, even if they are verbally expressing calm. Similarly, a quick expression of disgust, characterized by a wrinkled nose and raised upper lip, can reveal true feelings about a subject being discussed. Imagine someone briefly showing disgust while talking about a particular task at work. This micro-expression could indicate their true dislike or discomfort with the assignment, despite any positive statements they make. Happiness is often revealed through a genuine smile, but a micro-expression of joy might appear even if someone tries to conceal their happiness. For example, receiving unexpected praise might trigger a fleeting smile before they compose themselves, indicating their genuine pleasure at the compliment. 5. Monitoring vocal tone and pitch. Changes in vocal tone, pitch, and speed can provide significant clues about a person's emotional state. A higher pitch often suggests anxiety or deception. For instance, during a stressful situation, a person's voice might rise as they attempt to explain themselves, indicating nervousness or a lack of confidence in their words. A steady, calm tone, on the other hand, often signals confidence and sincerity. Imagine a leader addressing their team during a crisis. Their calm, measured speech can reassure and instill confidence in the team, even if the situation is challenging. Rapid speech can signify nervousness or excitement. Picture someone excitedly sharing news about a promotion. Their words may come quickly, and their pitch might rise, reflecting their enthusiasm and joy. Conversely, someone speaking quickly during an interrogation might be trying to cover their tracks or fabricate details, indicating possible deceit. 6. Analyzing personal space. Personal space preferences can reflect comfort levels and intentions. For instance, standing close to someone can indicate familiarity or intimacy. In a social setting, close friends or family members are comfortable being physically close, reflecting their strong emotional bonds. Maintaining a greater distance can signify formality or discomfort. In a professional setting, maintaining a respectful distance during conversations indicates professionalism and respect for personal boundaries. Conversely, invading someone's personal space can be seen as aggressive or overly intimate. Imagine a salesperson stepping too close during a pitch, making the customer feel uneasy and defensive. 7. Evaluating handshakes. A handshake can reveal much about a person's personality and emotional state. A firm handshake suggests confidence and assertiveness. For example, in a business meeting, a firm handshake at the beginning can set a positive tone, indicating the person's confidence and readiness to engage. A limp handshake may indicate insecurity or reluctance. Imagine meeting someone who offers a weak, hesitant handshake. This might suggest they are unsure of themselves or not fully committed to the interaction. A prolonged handshake can be a sign of dominance or eagerness. For instance, a person who holds on a bit too long might be trying to assert control or make a lasting impression. 8. Notice fidgeting. Fidgeting behaviors, such as tapping feet or drumming fingers, often signal nervousness or impatience. Imagine a student waiting for exam results. If they are constantly fidgeting, it likely indicates their anxiety and impatience. Recognizing these signs can help you offer reassurance or distractions to ease their tension. Conversely, stillness can reflect calmness and self-control. Picture a negotiator in a high-stakes discussion who remains perfectly still and composed. Their lack of fidgeting signals confidence and control, potentially giving them an advantage in the negotiation. 9. Paying attention to posture. A person's posture provides significant insights into their feelings and attitudes. An open posture, with arms relaxed and not crossed, shows openness and confidence. In a job interview, a candidate who sits up straight and keeps their arms open is likely confident and eager to engage. A closed posture, such as crossing arms or hunching, can indicate defensiveness or discomfort. Imagine a participant in a group discussion who sits with their arms crossed and shoulders hunched. This body language suggests they feel defensive or are not comfortable with the topic being discussed. 10. Watching for incongruence. When verbal and non-verbal messages do not align, it often signals deceit or internal conflict. For example, if someone verbally expresses confidence but avoids eye contact or displays nervous tics, their body language contradicts their words, suggesting they might not be entirely truthful or comfortable. In another scenario, consider a person who claims to be relaxed but is constantly fidgeting and showing tense facial expressions. This incongruence between their words and actions reveals their internal struggle or deceit. Being attuned to these inconsistencies can help you better understand the true feelings and intentions of those you interact with, enhancing your communication and emotional intelligence. In conclusion, mastering the art of reading non-verbal communication opens a gateway to deeper understanding and more meaningful connections. From the subtle flicker of a micro-expression to the telltale signs in a handshake, these silent signals offer profound insights into the emotions and intentions of those around us. By honing your ability to interpret these cues, you can navigate social interactions with greater empathy and awareness, enhancing both personal and professional relationships. Imagine the advantages of detecting honesty in a business deal through eye movements, or recognizing a friend's discomfort through their body language. These skills empower you to respond more effectively and compassionately, fostering trust and cooperation. As you continue to explore and practice these techniques, you'll find yourself more attuned to the complex, unspoken dance of human interaction. At Wiser, we believe that understanding and leveraging non-verbal communication is a cornerstone of emotional intelligence. Stay with us as we delve deeper into this and other facets of personal growth and wisdom. Together, we'll unlock the secrets of effective communication, paving the way for a more connected and insightful life.
Most people avoid directly telling you they dislike you, instead hiding behind polite gestures and surface-level friendliness. They might appear supportive, but subtle actions often reveal the truth. Recognizing these signs early allows you to protect your energy and prioritize relationships that genuinely bring value to your life. Here are 10 signs that someone may be harboring hidden resentment toward you, with personal examples for relatability. First sign, they disappear when you need support. You know the saying, "A friend in need is a friend indeed." Well, some people seem to disappear the moment you actually need them. I remember a time when I was going through a really tough breakup. I reached out to a friend I thought would be there, but every call went to voicemail. Every text got a short "busy right now" response. Meanwhile, I'd see them active on social media, posting about weekend adventures. It hit hard because I had been there for this friend through their dark times, and seeing that they couldn't do the same made me realize something. Real friends don't vanish when the going gets tough. If someone only sticks around for the good times, it's a sign they might not genuinely care about you. You deserve people who show up when it matters most, even if it's just a call to check in. Second sign, subtle exclusion from plans. Have you ever scrolled through your social media feed only to find out your friends had a blast without you? I remember checking Instagram one Saturday night and seeing pictures of my friend group at this amazing concert I would have loved to go to, only no one had told me about it. When I brought it up casually later, they all acted surprised, saying, "Oh, we thought you were busy," or "It was so last minute." It stung because, deep down, I knew that if they'd really wanted me there, they would have asked. Real friends make sure you know about plans. When people repeatedly leave you out, it's often a subtle, passive way of saying they don't value your presence. And that's a hard pill to swallow, but accepting it can help you redirect your energy to people who genuinely want you around. Third sign. Their jokes are always at your expense. Light-hearted teasing is one thing, but when someone's jokes consistently poke fun at your insecurities or flaws, it's a red flag. I used to laugh along with a friend who'd constantly make jokes about my quirky work habits or the way I'd dress, thinking it was harmless. But over time, those jokes started chipping away at my confidence. I'd second-guess what I wore or feel self-conscious about speaking up at work. If someone's jokes leave you feeling small or hurt, it's often a way of masking deeper resentment or disrespect. A real friend doesn't need to mock your quirks to have a laugh. They support you as you are. Learning to say, "That's not funny to me," and setting boundaries with so-called jokes can make a huge difference in how you see yourself and how others treat you. Fourth sign. They avoid physical contact. Have you ever gone to give someone a high five, a hug, or even just a casual touch on the shoulder, only for them to pull away like you're contagious? I had a colleague who was warm and friendly with everyone else, but every time I'd offer a simple handshake or friendly pat, they'd awkwardly sidestep it. At first I thought maybe they just weren't a touchy person, but seeing them be tactile with everyone else was a bit of an eye-opener. Physical contact is a basic human connection, so when someone goes out of their way to avoid it with you, they're communicating a level of discomfort or distance. It might be hard to admit, but paying attention to these subtle cues can save you from investing in relationships where the other person isn't fully on board. Tranquil. Fifth sign. They give backhanded compliments. Have you ever received a compliment that didn't feel good at all? Once, after pouring my heart into a work project, a colleague looked at me and said, "Wow, that turned out surprisingly well for you." It was one of those compliments that left me feeling confused and a little bruised. It took me a while to realize that they weren't genuinely happy for me. They were subtly putting me down. These backhanded compliments are often hidden attempts to keep you questioning your abilities. If a friend's compliments leave you feeling small, it's time to call it out, or, at the very least, recognize that their words have more to do with their insecurities than your worth. Sixth sign. They avoid making eye contact. Eye contact is one of the most basic yet powerful ways we connect with each other. I had a friend who, after a small disagreement, started looking everywhere but at me during conversations. They'd glance at their phone, look at the wall, anywhere but my eyes. It made everything feel awkward and distant. When someone consistently avoids eye contact, it's often because they're uncomfortable or hiding something. I learned that rather than ignoring these signs, it's best to address them. If you're sensing that someone feels uneasy around you, bring it up gently. It might clear the air or help you realize they're not worth the emotional energy. Seventh sign. They're busy, only when it comes to you. Have you ever had a friend who's always busy when you try to make plans, but somehow has time for everyone else? I tried reconnecting with an old friend, only to be met with excuse after excuse. Meanwhile, I'd see them hanging out with mutual friends. It's hard to admit, but the truth is, if someone really wants to spend time with you, they'll find a way. I learned that it wasn't about their schedule. It was about their priorities. Real friends don't keep you on the back burner. They make time for you because they want you in their life. So if someone is constantly busy just with you, it may be time to stop chasing after them. 8th sign, they gossip about you behind your back. Gossip can be incredibly painful, especially when it comes from someone you trusted. I once confided in a friend about a personal issue, only to hear a distorted version of my story come back to me from mutual friends. When I confronted them, they acted like it was no big deal. But gossip is never harmless. It's a betrayal that erodes trust. True friends respect your privacy and protect your reputation. I learned that if someone is eager to share your personal matters with others, they're showing you they're not worthy of your trust. Surround yourself with people who honor the trust you place in them. Ninth sign, they regularly undermine your opinions. When someone constantly shoots down your ideas or always corrects your opinions, they're subtly showing they don't value your perspective. I remember sharing my opinion in a group setting, only for one person to jump in with, "Well, actually," every time. It wasn't that they disagreed, it was that they seemed determined to undermine me. It felt like they enjoyed making me second-guess myself. Real friends don't need to assert dominance over you. They respect your opinions even when they differ. When you notice this pattern, remind yourself that your voice matters and don't let someone else diminish it. 10th sign, they're polite but distant. Have you ever met someone who's always polite but never genuinely warm? I once worked with someone who was nice on the surface, but the conversations never went deeper than, "Hey, how's it going?" They'd never ask about my interests, my life, or anything personal, and after a while, it felt like I was talking to a wall. Sometimes politeness can be a mask, a way for someone to keep you at a comfortable distance without building any real connection. When someone feels polite but distant, they're showing they're not interested in forming a meaningful bond. It's okay to let go and focus on people who genuinely want to know you beyond the surface. Recognizing these signs isn't always easy, especially when you want to see the best in people, but taking a step back and observing how others treat you allows you to invest your energy in relationships that are authentic and fulfilling. Stoicism teaches us that self-respect and emotional peace are worth more than maintaining connections with those who don't value us. By paying attention to these signs, you can create space for people who genuinely support, celebrate, and uplift you, enriching your life in ways that truly matter.
Have you ever found yourself at a crossroads, torn between holding on to a relationship because it's familiar and letting go because you know it's stifling your growth? It's a hard realization, but sometimes the people closest to us, the ones we've shared laughter, tears, and countless memories with, aren't meant to be part of our journey forever. This is where the ancient wisdom of Stoicism offers a guiding light. The Stoics, with their timeless insights into human nature and the quest for a fulfilling life, teach us that true personal growth often involves making difficult decisions about who we keep in our lives. In this video, we'll uncover 15 signs that indicate it might be time to end a relationship, even if it involves family or friends. This isn't about cutting people out with cold indifference. It's about intentionally curating our lives to include relationships that uplift, inspire, and challenge us to be our best selves. If you're feeling the weight of this decision and the uncertainty it brings, you're not alone. Join me as we delve into Stoic wisdom to find the courage and clarity needed to make these crucial choices, ultimately leading to a life of greater peace and fulfillment. Number 1. Lack of trust. Trust is the bedrock of any healthy relationship. Without it, the foundation upon which your connection stands becomes unstable, leading to constant stress and insecurity. The Stoics, valuing honesty and integrity above all, would argue that a relationship devoid of trust is misaligned with these virtues. Imagine constantly doubting the words and actions of someone close to you. This perpetual uncertainty erodes your peace of mind, something the Stoics cherished deeply. Trust is not just about believing that someone won't betray you, but also about knowing that they respect and value you enough to be truthful. When trust is repeatedly broken, it signals a fundamental flaw that cannot be ignored. It's like trying to fill a sieve with water. No matter how much effort you put in, it never holds. Stoicism teaches us to focus on what we can control, our responses and decisions. Therefore, if you find yourself in a relationship where trust is consistently undermined, it's wise to consider stepping back. Preserve your dignity and seek connections that foster mutual respect and honesty. Remember, a life aligned with Stoic principles is one where your peace and integrity are not sacrificed for uncertain loyalties. Number 2, toxic patterns. Repeated harmful behaviors create toxic patterns that can subtly poison a relationship over time. Stoicism, with its emphasis on self-improvement and resilience, teaches us to recognize and address such patterns with clarity and courage. Imagine being in a relationship where negative behaviors, be it manipulation, dishonesty, or disrespect, become the norm. These behaviors erode the trust and respect that are crucial for any meaningful connection. The Stoics believed in the importance of living a life of virtue and integrity. Persisting in a relationship mired in toxicity contradicts these ideals. It's like tending to a garden overrun by weeds. Without intervention, the weeds will eventually choke out all the good plants. Recognize the signs of toxic patterns and assess whether efforts to change have been effective. If these patterns persist despite your best efforts, it might be time to let go. Stoicism teaches us to make rational, objective decisions for our well-being. Ending a toxic relationship is not an act of defeat, but a step towards preserving your mental and emotional health. Embrace the wisdom of the Stoics and prioritize relationships that reflect the virtues of respect, honesty, and mutual growth. Number 3, emotional drain. Relationships should be a source of energy and support, not a constant drain on your emotions. According to Stoic principles, maintaining emotional equilibrium is crucial for living a fulfilling life. If you find yourself consistently exhausted or burdened by a relationship, it's a clear sign that the connection is unhealthy. Picture carrying a heavy load that never seems to lighten, no matter how much effort you put into it. This is what an emotionally draining relationship feels like. Stoicism teaches us to focus on what truly enriches our lives and to let go of what does not. If a relationship leaves you feeling depleted rather than invigorated, it's time to reevaluate its place in your life. Emotional drain disrupts your inner peace and hinders your ability to engage fully with the world. It's not selfish to seek out relationships that energize and uplift you. In fact, it's a wise and necessary step towards living a life aligned with Stoic virtues. Surround yourself with people who contribute positively to your well-being, and do not be afraid to distance yourself from those who do not. Remember, your emotional health is paramount, and preserving it is a reflection of your commitment to Stoic principles. Number 4, manipulation and control. Healthy relationships are founded on mutual respect and autonomy. When manipulation and control enter the equation, they erode these foundations, leading to an imbalanced and unhealthy dynamic. Stoicism teaches us the importance of self-mastery and living in accordance with our values. Imagine being in a relationship where your thoughts, actions, and decisions are constantly influenced or dictated by someone else. This undermines your autonomy and distorts your sense of self. Epictetus famously said, "No one is free who is not master of himself." Being subject to manipulation or control strips you of this freedom, which is essential for a virtuous life. It's crucial to recognize these signs and take steps to reclaim your autonomy. This doesn't mean acting with cold indifference, but making intentional choices about who you allow into your inner circle. Relationships should empower you, not constrain you. If you find yourself feeling manipulated or controlled, it's a clear signal that the relationship is misaligned with Stoic ideals. Seek connections that respect your independence and encourage your growth. By doing so, you honor your worth and live more authentically according to Stoic principles. Number 5, illusions versus reality. Stoicism at its heart is about acceptance, embracing the reality of our lives and relationships as they truly are, not as we wish them to be. Holding on to illusions in a relationship can feel comforting, but it ultimately detracts from genuine connection and growth. Imagine viewing your relationship through rose-colored glasses, ignoring red flags and glossing over issues. This creates a distorted perception that prevents you from addressing real problems. The Stoics valued clarity and truth, teaching that strength and freedom come from seeing things as they are. Engaging with the truth allows for authentic relationships built on mutual understanding and respect. If you find yourself clinging to a fantasy rather than facing the reality of your relationship, it's time to reassess. This process requires courage and honesty, but leads to more meaningful connections. By embracing reality, you open the door to genuine growth and emotional freedom. The Stoic way encourages us to navigate our relationships with wisdom and discernment, seeking authenticity over illusion. Let go of fantasies that detract from your well-being and strive for relationships rooted in truth and clarity. This alignment with reality fosters deeper, more fulfilling connections and a life of integrity. Number 6, lack of reciprocity. Reciprocity is key to the health and longevity of any relationship. It ensures a balance of give and take, where both parties contribute equally. When this balance is off, the relationship becomes fundamentally unsustainable. Picture constantly pouring your energy into a relationship, receiving little to nothing in return. This dynamic leads to feelings of resentment and exhaustion for the giver, while fostering dependency or entitlement in the receiver. The Stoics emphasized mutual support and harmony in relationships. For them, contributing to others' well-being should not come at the expense of one's own. If you find yourself in a one-sided relationship, it's essential to address this imbalance. Begin with open communication, expressing your needs and setting clear boundaries. Encourage the other person to contribute more, both materially and emotionally. Healthy relationships require effort from both sides. Stoicism teaches us to respect ourselves and others, striving for balance and mutual respect. If efforts to restore reciprocity fail, it may be necessary to reconsider the relationship's place in your life. Prioritizing reciprocal relationships is not selfish, it's essential for your well-being. Seek connections where mutual support is the norm, fostering trust and deeper connections. Number 7, failed communication. Effective communication is the lifeblood of any thriving relationship. It allows us to express our needs, share our thoughts, and connect on a meaningful level. Without it, relationships flounder in misunderstandings and frustration. When communication breaks down, it's often a sign of deeper issues. The Stoics valued clarity and reason, encouraging us to approach problems with a clear head and a willing heart. If you find yourself in a relationship where attempts to talk things out lead nowhere, it's a red flag. Failed communication can stem from various causes: lack of trust, unresolved resentments, or differing communication styles. Addressing these issues requires patience and persistence. The Stoic practice of self-reflection is invaluable here. Examine your role in the communication breakdown and strive for honesty and empathy. Create a safe space where both parties feel heard and valued. Listen actively, seek to understand, and respond with wisdom. If communication efforts consistently fail despite your best efforts, it may be time to reassess the relationship. Effective communication is essential for any healthy connection. Prioritize relationships where open, honest dialogue is possible, fostering deeper understanding and connection. Number 8, personal growth. Relationships should support and encourage your personal growth, not hinder it. Stoicism places great value on self-improvement and resilience, teaching us to cultivate environments that foster these qualities. Imagine being in a relationship where you feel stagnant, unable to pursue your goals or evolve. This is a clear indication that the relationship is holding you back. Seneca believed that to live a fulfilling life, we must constantly evolve, learn, and push our boundaries. If your relationship prevents you from doing so, it's a red flag. It's not that every relationship must challenge you to the utmost, but it should at least support your aspirations. Relationships should be like a fertile soil where you can grow, not barren land that stifles your potential. Take time to reflect on why you are holding on to a relationship that doesn't allow you to flourish. Is it out of habit, fear, or misplaced loyalty? Stoicism teaches us to live with intention, choosing connections that uplift and inspire us. If a relationship is inhibiting your growth, it's wise to consider its place in your life. Seek relationships that encourage your development and align with your highest virtues. Number 9, abuse. Abuse in any form is a definitive sign that a relationship must end. Stoicism, with its deep respect for human dignity and self-worth, condemns any behavior that violates these principles. Abuse, whether physical, emotional, verbal, or psychological, destroys the trust and safety that relationships should be built upon. Imagine constantly living in fear, your self-esteem eroded by someone who should be a source of support. Stoicism teaches us to recognize our inherent worth and to maintain our dignity and self-respect. Being in an abusive relationship is antithetical to these values. It's crucial to seek help and take steps to exit such situations. This is not a sign of weakness, but of immense strength and self-respect. The Stoics believed in facing challenges with courage and resilience. Exiting an abusive relationship is one of the most challenging yet necessary steps to reclaiming your life and dignity. Seek support from friends, family, or professional services. Healing from abuse is a Stoic journey, reasserting control over your life, reaffirming your values, and rebuilding with integrity. Remember, your well-being is paramount. Prioritize your safety and dignity, and do not hesitate to leave any relationship that compromises these. Number 10, disturbed peace. Relationships that consistently disrupt your inner peace are not worth maintaining. Stoicism teaches us to cultivate tranquility and maintain our equanimity in the face of life's challenges. Imagine a relationship that feels more like a storm than a shelter, constantly disturbing your mental and emotional calm. This is a clear sign that the relationship is misaligned with Stoic principles. Peace of mind is a precious asset, essential for living a good life. The Stoics believed in living harmoniously with nature, including our own nature. If a relationship pulls you away from peace and causes constant unrest, it's wise to step back and reassess. Ask yourself why this relationship disturbs your peace. Is it the other person's behavior, unresolved conflicts, or your own reactions and expectations? Address these issues through honest communication and setting boundaries. However, if the turmoil persists despite your best efforts, it might be time to let go. Ending a relationship that disrupts your peace is not a sign of failure, but of wisdom. Seek relationships that support your tranquility and well-being. In doing so, you honor your journey towards a life of peace, purpose, and profound fulfillment. Number 11, incompatibility of goals. Over time, people can grow in different directions. If your long-term goals and values are fundamentally incompatible with those of the other person, it can lead to ongoing conflict and dissatisfaction. Stoicism encourages living in harmony with your true nature and goals. Imagine being in a relationship where your aspirations are constantly at odds with those of your partner. This misalignment creates friction and prevents both individuals from fully pursuing their paths. The Stoics valued clarity and self-awareness, teaching us to recognize when a relationship hinders our growth and fulfillment. If your goals and values diverge significantly from those of the other person, it's a sign to reassess the relationship. This doesn't mean that every minor difference spells doom, but fundamental incompatibilities can create insurmountable challenges. It's essential to have a heart-to-heart conversation about your respective goals and see if there is a way to align them. If not, it might be time to consider parting ways. Pursuing a life aligned with your true nature is a Stoic ideal, and relationships should support, not obstruct, this journey. Seek connections that align with your values and goals, fostering mutual growth and fulfillment. Number 12, compromising values. Compromising your core values for the sake of a relationship is a price too high to pay. Stoicism teaches us to live with integrity and to stay true to our principles, as these values define who we are. Imagine being in a relationship that constantly asks you to act against your beliefs and moral compass. Over time, this erodes your sense of self and leads to inner conflict. The Stoics believed that living in alignment with one's values is essential for a meaningful life. Betraying these values for the sake of a relationship compromises your integrity and self-respect. It's like building a house on unstable ground. Eventually, everything will collapse. Reflect on whether a relationship asks you to compromise your values. Are you acting in ways that contradict your beliefs? If so, it's a clear sign that the relationship is unhealthy. This doesn't mean you shouldn't make sacrifices or compromises, which are normal in any healthy relationship. However, sacrificing your core values is different. It's a betrayal of your true self. Honor your values and seek relationships that respect and align with them. This commitment to integrity and virtue is the path to a fulfilling life, according to Stoic wisdom. Number 13, lack of respect. Respect is the foundation of any healthy relationship. Without it, trust, love, and genuine understanding cannot flourish. Imagine being in a relationship where you are constantly disrespected, your dignity undermined. This is not just about feeling undervalued, but recognizing that a fundamental aspect of your humanity is being disregarded. The Stoics placed immense emphasis on self-respect and the respect we owe to others. They believed that every individual possesses inherent worth and dignity. A relationship lacking mutual respect is a clear red flag. It's like trying to build a house on sand. Eventually, everything will collapse. Reflect on whether you are being treated with the dignity you deserve. If not, it's time for a serious reassessment. This doesn't necessarily mean cutting someone out of your life with cold precision, but recognizing your own value and making decisions that reflect that. Set clearer boundaries, have honest conversations about your feelings, or if necessary, move on. Respecting yourself and insisting on being treated with respect is not selfish or demanding. It's a reflection of the self-worth that the Stoics believed each of us should cultivate. Prioritize relationships that honor your dignity and values. Number 14, negative emotions. Constant feelings of jealousy, anger, or negativity in a relationship are clear indicators that it is not conducive to your well-being. Stoicism teaches us to focus on maintaining emotional equilibrium and to recognize toxic dynamics. Imagine a relationship filled with constant negativity, dragging you into emotional turmoil. Marcus Aurelius advised that we control our reactions to emotions, not the emotions themselves. If jealousy or anger arises because of someone's actions, it's essential to reflect on these feelings and their root causes. A relationship that consistently evokes negative emotions is like a storm, constantly disrupting your inner peace. This is not the foundation of a healthy, supportive connection. It's crucial to address these issues through open, honest communication and self-reflection. If the negativity persists despite your best efforts, it's a sign that the relationship may be inherently toxic. Remember, Stoicism teaches us to prioritize our emotional well-being and to surround ourselves with people who uplift and inspire us. Seek relationships that contribute positively to your life, fostering peace and emotional stability. By doing so, you honor the Stoic principle of maintaining balance and serenity in your inner world. Number 15, constant drama. A relationship that feels more like a constant storm than a sanctuary is a clear signal that something is amiss. Stoicism places immense value on tranquility and inner peace, teaching us to cultivate a state of calm that remains undisturbed by external chaos. Imagine being in a relationship where drama and conflict are the norms rather than the exceptions. This ongoing turmoil can be emotionally exhausting and mentally draining, disrupting your peace and well-being. Marcus Aurelius and other Stoics emphasized the importance of maintaining our inner equanimity, suggesting that we should distance ourselves from sources of unnecessary disturbance. Constant drama in a relationship undermines your ability to live a life of virtue and tranquility. It's not just about the occasional argument, but about a pervasive pattern that leaves you feeling unsettled and stressed. The Stoics would advise taking a step back and evaluating the impact of this relationship on your mental and emotional health. It's essential to communicate your need for peace and set boundaries to protect your tranquility. If the drama continues despite your efforts, it may be time to consider moving on. Prioritize relationships that offer stability and support rather than chaos and conflict. By doing so, you align yourself with Stoic principles, fostering an environment where you can thrive and maintain your inner calm. Remember, your peace of mind is invaluable, and protecting it is a reflection of your commitment to living a life guided by wisdom and serenity. Reflecting on our relationships through the lens of Stoic wisdom empowers us to make decisions that align with our highest virtues and well-being. Ending a relationship, especially one with close friends or family, is never easy, but sometimes it is necessary for our personal growth and peace. Remember, it's not about cutting ties with cold indifference, but about creating a life filled with meaningful connections that uplift and inspire us. As we part ways today, I hope the insights shared have sparked a deeper understanding of how to navigate your relationships with wisdom and courage. If this video has resonated with you, I invite you to join our journey of exploration and growth. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, and share this video with anyone who might benefit from these Stoic principles. Let's continue to cultivate lives of profound meaning and joy together. Thank you for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Stay wise and keep striving for that inner tranquility. 10 Stoic lessons to force yourself to take action. Imagine standing at the edge of a vast, unexplored wilderness, a place teeming with potential but shrouded in mystery and uncertainty. Every step you take forward promises growth, wisdom, and fulfillment. Yet the journey is daunting, and the first step is the hardest. What if I told you that hidden within ancient texts is the key to unlocking your inner strength, propelling you forward with unwavering determination? Picture this: emperors and slaves, soldiers and scholars, all guided by a philosophy that transformed their lives: Stoicism. Today, I will share with you 10 powerful Stoic lessons that can revolutionize the way you approach your goals, turning hesitation into action and adversity into opportunity. Are you ready to ignite your inner fire and take control of your destiny? Let's embark on this journey together, uncovering the timeless wisdom that will inspire you to take meaningful action in your life. Number 1, turn challenges into opportunities. Imagine facing a formidable obstacle, a challenge that seems insurmountable. The immediate reaction might be to shy away, to retreat into the comfort of inaction. But what if we embrace this challenge instead? Stoicism teaches us that adversity is not just a hurdle, but a chance for growth and transformation. Consider the mighty oak tree, which grows strong and resilient, not in spite of the winds that batter it, but because of them. Each challenge we face is like those winds, shaping us into stronger, wiser individuals. By shifting our perception and focusing on what we can control, we harness the power within us to turn obstacles into opportunities. Instead of asking, "Oh, why me?" we can ask, "Wait a minute, what can I learn from this?" This mindset shift is the essence of Stoicism. It empowers us to see every setback as a setup for a comeback, every failure as a step towards success. When we embrace challenges, we discover our true strength and resilience. We transform adversity into a crucible for personal development, emerging stronger and more capable. So, the next time you encounter a challenge, remember, it is not a roadblock, but a stepping stone on your path to greatness. Number 2, make good habits a habit. Imagine starting each day with a routine that energizes and prepares you for whatever lies ahead. Good habits are the foundation of a fulfilling life, and Stoicism places great emphasis on cultivating them. The key is consistency. Just as a sculptor shapes marble into a masterpiece through persistent chiseling, we can mold our lives through daily practices of mindfulness, gratitude, and discipline. Picture a garden that flourishes because the gardener tends to it every day, even if only for a few minutes. Small, consistent actions lead to significant, lasting changes. Start with one habit. Perhaps a few minutes of meditation or jotting down things you're grateful for each day. Over time, these small acts accumulate, transforming your mindset and your life. The Stoics believe that by integrating virtuous habits into our daily routines, we align our actions with our highest values, leading to a life of purpose and fulfillment. So, commit to your habits with patience and perseverance, knowing that each step brings you closer to the person you aspire to be. Number 3, develop your purpose. Through virtue, Living a life of purpose begins with understanding and embodying our core values. The Stoics taught that virtues such as wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance are the pillars of a meaningful existence. Imagine your virtues as the North Star, guiding your decisions and actions. When we align our daily activities with these principles, we find a deeper sense of purpose and direction. Think of Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor, who ruled with wisdom and justice, guided by his Stoic beliefs. His actions were not random, but purposeful, driven by his commitment to virtue. By reflecting on our values and ensuring our actions reflect them, we cultivate a life rich in meaning. This alignment empowers us to make choices that are not only beneficial to us but also contribute to the greater good. Embrace the Stoic principle of living according to virtue, and you will discover a profound sense of fulfillment and purpose in every endeavor. Number 4, begin with small steps. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. This ancient wisdom resonates deeply within Stoicism. Faced with daunting tasks or overwhelming goals, the Stoics teach us to break them down into manageable steps. Picture a mountain climber focusing on each handhold and foothold rather than the daunting peak. This approach combats procrastination and builds momentum. By starting small, we achieve incremental progress, each step reinforcing our commitment and capability. Consider a writer crafting a book, not by writing it all at once, but by completing one page at a time. This method not only makes the task less intimidating, but also ensures steady, consistent progress. Embrace the power of small steps. Each modest effort compounds over time, leading to significant accomplishments. Begin your journey today, no matter how small the step, and watch as you steadily move toward your goals with determination and resilience. Number 5, cultivate gratitude. Gratitude is a cornerstone of Stoic practice, a tool to shift our focus from what we lack to what we have. Imagine viewing your life through a lens that highlights abundance rather than scarcity. Practicing gratitude daily can transform your perspective, fostering a positive and motivated mindset. The Stoics believed that appreciating what we have, however small, enriches our lives and propels us to act with joy and contentment. Picture ending each day by reflecting on 3 things you are grateful for. This simple practice can enhance your overall well-being and motivate you to pursue your goals with renewed vigor. Gratitude not only uplifts us, but also builds resilience, enabling us to face challenges with a positive outlook. By cultivating gratitude, we create a fertile ground for growth and action, nurturing our spirit and empowering our journey towards a fulfilling life. Number 6, simplify your life. In a world cluttered with distractions, simplifying our lives allows us to focus on what truly matters. The Stoics valued simplicity, understanding that a minimalist approach brings clarity and purpose. Imagine clearing away the non-essential, creating space for meaningful activities and relationships. By eliminating unnecessary distractions and prioritizing quality over quantity, we free ourselves to act with intention. Think of a clear desk, devoid of clutter, where each item has a purpose. This clarity extends to our minds and actions, allowing us to focus on our goals with laser-like precision. Simplification is not about deprivation, but about discerning what is truly important. Embrace the Stoic principle of simplicity and watch as your life aligns more closely with your values and aspirations, enabling you to act with greater purpose and clarity. Number 7, stop procrastinating. Procrastination is the thief of time, a habit that hinders our progress and growth. The Stoics remind us that our time is finite and precious. Imagine living each day with the awareness that time, once lost, can never be reclaimed. By embracing the present moment and committing to purposeful action, we overcome the inertia of procrastination. Consider the Stoic practice of memento mori, reflecting on our mortality to inspire urgency and focus. This mindset encourages us to seize the day, to act now rather than defer our dreams and responsibilities. Picture a warrior preparing for battle, fully present and ready to engage. This is the Stoic approach to life. Engage with purpose, act with intention, and conquer procrastination. By living each moment fully, we maximize our potential and achieve our goals with vigor and resolve. Number 8, discipline yourself. Self-discipline is the bedrock of Stoic philosophy. It involves recognizing our power to control our own lives through disciplined actions aligned with our greater values. Imagine a ship navigating stormy seas, steered with unwavering focus towards its destination. Discipline keeps us on course, even amidst life's challenges. By consistently practicing good habits and exercising self-control, we develop a strong character and resilience. Think of an athlete training daily, each session building strength and endurance. This disciplined approach extends to all areas of life, enabling us to overcome obstacles and achieve our aspirations. Embrace self-discipline as your guiding principle, and you will find the strength to navigate life's storms with grace and determination, always moving towards your highest goals. Number 9, practice mindfulness. Mindfulness, the art of being fully present in the moment, is a powerful Stoic practice. Imagine a calm lake, its surface undisturbed, reflecting the world with perfect clarity. Mindfulness brings us this clarity, reducing stress and increasing focus. By incorporating mindfulness practices into our daily routine, we enhance our ability to act with intention and clarity. Consider the Stoic exercise of reflecting on the day each evening, assessing our actions and thoughts with a clear, objective mind. This practice fosters self-awareness and personal growth. Mindfulness helps us navigate the present with grace, ensuring that our actions are deliberate and aligned with our values. Embrace mindfulness and experience the peace and clarity it brings, empowering you to take meaningful action in your life. Number 10, embrace imperfection. Perfection is an illusion, a standard that can paralyze us with fear. The Stoics teach us to embrace our imperfections and see failure as a natural part of the journey. Imagine a potter shaping clay, each mistake guiding their hands towards a more refined creation. Accepting that we are not perfect allows us to take risks and act without fear. This Stoic principle encourages resilience and continuous improvement. Think of a scientist conducting experiments, each failure a step closer to discovery. By embracing imperfection, we learn and grow from our experiences, becoming stronger and wiser. This mindset frees us from the fear of failure, empowering us to act boldly and pursue our goals with confidence. Embrace your imperfections, and you will find the courage to take action and achieve greatness. These Stoic lessons are not just ancient wisdom, but practical tools that can profoundly transform your life. By embracing these principles, you can unlock personal growth, resilience, and a deeper sense of purpose. Imagine living each day with clarity, strength, and unwavering resolve, empowered by the timeless teachings of Stoicism. This is not just philosophy, it's a way of life. I encourage you to start integrating these lessons into your daily routine and witness the transformation for yourself. Now, I'd love to hear from you. Which of these Stoic lessons resonates the most with you? How do you plan to incorporate it into your life? Share your thoughts and experiences in the comments below. If you found this video helpful, don't keep it to yourself. Share it with others who might benefit from these powerful insights. Let's continue this journey together, embracing the wisdom of the Stoics and taking meaningful action towards our goals. Thank you for watching, and remember, the power to transform your life lies within you.
Once upon a time, the seeker's journey to peace. Once upon a time, in a tranquil village nestled at the foot of misty mountains, there lived a young man named Akio. Though admired for his diligence and ambition, Akio felt a gnawing emptiness that no achievement could fill. Despite his youth and accomplishments, he was restless, yearning for something he couldn't quite name. One spring evening, after a day of toiling in the fields, Akio found himself wandering away from the village. The golden hues of the setting sun bathed the landscape in serenity, yet Akio's heart was anything but calm. The path he chose was unfamiliar, winding through hills dotted with cherry blossoms. The air grew cooler as he climbed, carrying the mingling scents of pine and blooming flowers. At the end of the path stood an ancient temple, its moss-covered stones exuding an air of timeless wisdom. The gates were slightly ajar, as if inviting him in. Inside, an elderly Zen master named Ryokan was tending to a rock garden. His movements were deliberate, his focus unwavering as he smoothed patterns in the sand with a wooden rake. There was an aura of peace about him that both intrigued and calmed Akio. Hesitating only briefly, Akio stepped closer. Akio, "Excuse me, master. I hope I'm not disturbing you." Ryokan, looking up with a warm smile. "Not at all, young one. What brings you to this quiet place?" Akio, "I feel lost. My life is full of effort and ambition, but something is missing. Despite my achievements, I can't find peace. Can you help me?" Ryokan, gesturing to a bench beneath a cherry tree. "Sit with me, young one. Peace is not something you find, it is something you cultivate. Let me share with you 5 lessons that have guided me on my own journey." Lesson 1. Live in the moment. As they settled under the blooming tree, Ryokan began. Ryokan, the root of most suffering lies in our inability to be present. We are either caught up in regrets about the past or consumed by fears of the future. But the only moment we truly have is now. Akio, I understand, but my mind is always racing. How do I quiet it? Ryokan, smiling gently. Start with your breath. Your breath is your anchor to the present. Sit quietly for a few minutes each day and focus on your inhalations and exhalations. When your mind wanders, gently guide it back. Over time, you will find your thoughts settling like ripples on a pond. Ryokan paused, then continued. Ryokan, mindfulness is not just about sitting still. It's about being fully engaged in whatever you're doing. When you eat, savor every bite. When you walk, feel the ground beneath your feet. Even mundane tasks can become profound when done with presence. Akio, I often rush through my days, barely tasting my food or noticing my surroundings. Perhaps that's why I feel so disconnected. Ryokan, exactly. Tomorrow, try eating your breakfast slowly, savoring each bite. You'll find that even simple acts can bring immense joy when done mindfully. Akio, nodding. I will. It seems so simple, yet it feels like it could make a big difference. Lesson 2. Embrace change. Ryokan picked up a cherry blossom that had fallen at their feet. Ryokan, do you see this flower? It reminds us of life's impermanence. Everything changes, Akio. Seasons shift, rivers carve new paths, and even mountains erode over time. Resisting change only creates suffering, but when you accept it, you find freedom. Akio, I understand that change is inevitable, but it's difficult to let go when it's painful. Ryokan, start by observing nature. Watch how trees shed their leaves without resistance, trusting that new growth will come. Reflect on how changes in your own life have led to growth or opened new opportunities. Acceptance is not about giving up. It's about understanding and trusting life's flow. Akio, thoughtfully. I've been holding on to expectations of how my life should be. Perhaps it's time to let go. Ryokan. Yes, young one. When you release what no longer serves you, you create space for what truly matters. Ryokan leaned forward, his tone softening. Ryokan. Think of a river. When a rock blocks its path, the water doesn't stop. It simply flows around it. Life is much the same. Adaptation is the secret to resilience. Akio. That's a beautiful way to look at it. I'll try to embrace change with more courage. Lesson 3. Surrender control. The master leaned back, gazing at the stars emerging in the twilight sky. Ryokan. One of life's greatest illusions is control. People plan and worry, thinking they can dictate every outcome. But life is unpredictable, and the tighter you grip, the more it slips through your fingers. Akio. But if I don't try to control things, won't everything fall apart? Ryokan, chuckling softly. Focus on what you can influence, your actions, your attitude, your effort. Let go of the rest. Trust the flow of life, much like crossing a river. You can't control the current, but you can choose how to navigate it. Akio, frowning. It sounds simple, but it's hard to let go of the need to control everything. Ryokan. Hard, yes, but liberating. When you surrender the illusion of control, you free yourself from unnecessary stress. Life often unfolds in ways we cannot predict, and sometimes those surprises are gifts. Akio. I've spent so much time trying to perfect everything. Maybe it's time to trust more. Ryokan. Indeed. Letting go is not about giving up. It's about making room for possibilities beyond your imagination. Lesson 4. Cultivate gratitude. Ryokan reached into his robe and retrieved a small notebook. Ryokan. I keep this journal to remind myself of life's blessings. Each evening, I write down 3 things I am grateful for. Gratitude shifts your perspective, Akio. It turns what you have into enough. Akio. But what if I don't feel grateful? Ryokan. Start small. Be grateful for the food you eat, the air you breathe, the roof over your head. As you practice, you will see more and more to appreciate. Gratitude is a muscle. The more you use it, the stronger it becomes. Akio, smiling faintly. I'll try it tonight. It's such a simple habit, but I can see how it could change the way I view my life. Lesson 5. Create a sanctuary. The master gestured to the tranquil surroundings of the temple. Ryokan. Your environment reflects your mind, Akio. A cluttered space breeds a cluttered spirit. If you wish to find peace, start by creating a peaceful environment. Akio. How can I do that? Ryokan. Clear the clutter from your home. Surround yourself with items that bring you joy. Add natural elements like plants or stones. Create a small corner for reflection where you can retreat when life feels overwhelming. Your outer world shapes your inner one. Ryokan smiled and pointed to a simple stone lantern in the garden. Ryokan. Even small touches like this lantern can bring calm and focus. Your sanctuary doesn't have to be elaborate. It simply needs to reflect your desire for peace. The transformation. As the moon rose high, casting its silver light over the temple, Akio felt a profound shift within him. The master's words were simple, yet deeply resonant. Akio. Thank you, master. I will carry these lessons with me and nurture them. Ryokan. Remember, peace is not a destination, it is a practice. Be patient with yourself and trust the journey. In the weeks that followed, Akio applied the teachings to his life. He practiced mindfulness, embraced change, and surrendered control. He found joy in gratitude and created a serene space in his home. Slowly, the restlessness that once plagued him gave way to a profound sense of peace. Word of Akio's transformation spread, and soon others sought him out for guidance. Like the master who had taught him, Akio shared these lessons, becoming a beacon of hope for those seeking inner calm. And so, the young seeker became a teacher, proving that peace is not found in the world around us, but cultivated in the quiet strength of the heart. Akio often returned to the temple, not as a student, but as a friend of the master. Together, they continued their discussions, enriching each other's understanding of life. Over time, Akio realized that his journey was not just about finding peace, but about inspiring others to embark on their own paths to tranquility.